got me fucked up. Right game, wrong nigga. Keep up the disrespect. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I don't play no fucking games, so hear me clearly. You gon' get fucked up if you get near me. Now I can get gangster if you keep talking your shit. Tricks is for kids. Better find your ass somebody to play with. Cause these hands is rated E for everybody. I don't give a fuck who you call, but you better call somebody. Cause ain't shit about me scary. You better guard your grill. Cause one thing about me, I ain't scared to kill. So go on and lace your boots up, and we can run them hands. You don't want these problems with this grown-ass man. You got me fucked up. Right game, wrong nigga. Keep up the disrespect. Keep up the disrespect. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I don't play no fucking games, so hear me clearly. You gon' get fucked up. You gon' get fucked up. If you get near me, if you get near me, you got me fucked up. Right game, wrong nigga. Keep up the disrespect. Keep up the disrespect. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I don't play no fucking games. So hear me clearly. You gon' get fucked up. You gon' get fucked up. If you get near me. I see you must think I'm pussy, cause I let you make it. Don't let the smooth taste fool you. I'm a dog, I can't fake it. I've been trying to spare your ass, but I see you on a buck. You ain't scaring nobody, cause I'm dangerous as fuck. Now all bullshit aside, this ain't what you really want. I've been slapping bitches since grade school. Now play with me if you want. You done got away with a lot, but that shit coming to an end. Been nice for as long as I can. Ain't taking no more losses, so fuck you then. You got me fucked up. Hey. Hell yeah, you lost my trust. Yeah, I said fuck you with a lot of disrespect. Keep coming at me sideways, I'ma keep my foot on your neck. Right game, wrong nigga. Keep up the disrespect. Keep up the disrespect. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I don't play no fucking games, so hear me clearly. You gon' get fucked up. You gon' get fucked up if you get near me. You got me fucked up. Right game, wrong nigga. Keep up the disrespect. Keep up the disrespect. I'ma show you I'm a real nigga. I don't play no fucking games, so hear me clearly. You gon' get fucked. What's up, bitch? Lineage. All day, every day, any day, we don't play. Lineage. All day, every day, any day, we don't play. Lineage. All day, every day, any day, we don't play. Lineage. All day, every day, any day, we don't play. It's all about lineage, lock and load. If what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load. If what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load. If what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load. If what you heard, we stay on code. People call you crazy when you stand up for justice. If you have no heart, then you're not about justice. Put the mind to the pedal and the foot on the gas. Hit the overdrive, tower coming at last. Everybody wants to eat when my people stay hungry. Blood in the book, slavery, but this country came to this land by forced migration. Built this nation on blacks and plantations. You got nerve calling my people lazy. If you labor with interest, then you're gonna pay me. This ain't a moral problem, this is all about cash. 40 acres and a mule, stop hiding the stash. Karma hits you harder than a case of whiplash. Evidence is overwhelming, there is nowhere to dash. If you wanna run away, you'll be hitting the wall. Till you pay for reparations, you will steadily fall. What? Lineage. All day, every day, any day, we don't play. Lineage. All day, every day, any day, we don't play. Lineage. All day, every day, any day, we don't play. Lineage. All day, every day, any day, we don't play. It's all about lineage, lock and load. If what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load. If what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load. If what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load. If what you heard, we stay on code. We stay on code when I'm messing with you. We'll put this country red, white, and blue. If you don't like it, then you can kick rocks. As a collective, we're juggernauts. Light up the phoenix, start up the flame. Where's the money? You are to blame. Give me the cash, give me this land. This is our country, this is for fam. Call a sin, it's really a crime. Debt is due, haven't paid us a dime. Politics is your oppression. Blacks through time, you make Smith and Wesson. We don't make crack, lock us up for weed. They got our wealth, yes sir, indeed. But soil will see, don't need you to lead. Cause all that you let is making my people bleed. What? All day, every day, any day, we don't play. Lineage. All day, every day, any day, we don't play. Lineage. All day, every day, any day, we don't play. Lineage. All day, every day, any day, we don't play. It's all about lineage, lock and load. If what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load. If what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load. If what you heard, we stay on code. It's all about lineage, lock and load. If what you heard, we stay on code.
Now, Mike, why you got me saying this shit? Love it though. Other races got their checks, their peace, their closure. We still got promises, but denying over and over. We built this shit, y'all were never here. Watch the wealth move everywhere, but here we march for freedom, they cashed in on ours. Sat in the rain, they danced in the showers. Every bill with our name got story written. They quote our pain like scripture, but never listen. This ain't a handout, it's a debt loan due. History knows it and the world do too. Pay what's owed, cut the check, bitch. Reparations now, cut it now. Stop playing with our check, bitch. We lived in movements, open the door. Then watched immigrants take the floor. Every law we bled to make was shared. But when it's our turn, they dirty ass never there. Immigrant seats block the claims we made. In political seats throwing shade, saying if they can't pay, we can't get paid. Now that's the shit that can have you getting sprayed. Yeah. Green cards is your reparations. You're a hater. Here's our invoice for centuries of labor. The shift is here, paradigm real. Either cut the check or somebody will get. Until that day, we gotta tighten up. Build our own, pull our resources. We gotta tighten up. No more envy, no quiet divide. One code, one vision, one side. Group economics, that's the seed. Self-repair before they lead. No jealousy, no fear, no stall. Together we rise, or not at all. This ain't a handout, this a dead loan due. History knows it and the world do too. Pay what's owed, cut the check, bitch. Reparations now, cut it now. Stop playing with our check, bitch. This is the shift, the correction, the call. We built the foundation, we own it all. RVA forever. It's not begging, it's a debt that old. Stupid ass.
Tone it down before you take a Mac out of character and he start to clown. I don't care about no lips poking out or no ugly frown. I will leave your ass stranded at a Greyhound. You ain't running shit but that mouth and them lips. I will send you bed heads and have your funky ass ship. Bitch, you can't beat me at this game. Sit your $5 ass down before I make change. Hey, this ain't Burger King, bitch. You can't have it your way. You better sit your ass down and get the fuck out my face. This ain't Burger King, bitch. You can't have it your way. You better sit your ass down and get the fuck out my face. I'm a pimp type nigga named Sam. Who you think I am? I like lobster and steak, not no green eggs and ham. When you say my name, put some respect on it, like Birdman said on that Breakfast Club shit. Hey, yeah, you out of pocket like a wallet on the ground. You must take me for a sucker ass trick from out of town. Pimpin' ain't dead, heard what I said. I got game sweeter than a pan of Jiffy cornbread. Oh, this ain't Burger King, bitch. You can't have it your way. You better sit your ass down and get the fuck out my face. This ain't Burger King, bitch. You can't have it your way. You better sit your ass down and get the fuck out my face. This ain't Burger King, bitch. You can't have it your way. You better sit your ass down and get the fuck out my face.
Mike Larry, oh my God. I don't know what you did to create this song, but oh my God, this song right here, they gonna love it.
Sorry and be Mary J. Blige. Mike Larry, thank you. We open doors that they walking through. Built a house and shared a view. Somewhere along the line, they forgot who set the table. We gave the blueprint. Now they changing the label. You can copy the rhythm, but not the pain. You could sing the note, but not the chain. We cried in the fire, but came out gold. Still holding the story our elders told. We showed the world how to stand tall, and we ain't falling for the same games at all. This time we know what we're facing. We're reclaiming our foundation. This is delineation, a separation born of revelation. We drew the line to keep our power sacred. We are the soul, can't fake it, can't take it. This is delineation. Yeah. We hold the root, they chase the vibration. We ain't hating, we preserving the truth. That's delineation. Too long we fed the world and went hungry. Shared our plate, but they called us ugly. Now we see the mask and the smiles face low. Can't build the future if they don't wanna know. We stood in the storm, they danced in the calm. Took our rhythm, tried to steal our song. But the melody lives where the struggle been. You can't touch soul if you ain't live within. We love the people. Every queen and king gotta claim their own. Can't fight for freedom, then hide from the fight. If you eat at the table, you better bring life. Oh, through the nation, we ain't breaking, we awakening. We ain't breaking, we awakening. That line divine, we claim again instead. Not division, it's preservation. The truth, can't still control. This is delineation. A love that's proud and a pain that's patient. We ain't hating, we're cultivating the rules. That's delineation.
Yo, what you?
All right. Hopefully you can hear me now. Sorry about earlier. I had to delete that whole mess up. So hopefully I don't do that again. Kind of set myself up for success this time. So let's see. Welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda. I'm your host, Seduction Doll, aka the Black Villain, Lady J, or Brandon Ray. However you wish to call me. Don't call me out my race. How are you guys doing? I hope everything's well. A little like frazzled, I guess you could say. Because hopefully you can hear me. Talking really close to the mic. Yeah, it sounds like that. Sounds good, but nobody came up in here yet for me to really test it out. A little frazzled because I had lost my cue and I ended up having to scrap my beginning 7 seconds, 8 seconds. It's important to have like a little build-up time, so people can, mosey on in. They so choose to. This is kind of like the weirdest hours. I'm like behind like an hour and a half, legitimately, based on the fact that I had to redo everything. It's crazy. YouTube is always taking down my shit. for all kinds of different reasons. And so when I go live on StreamYard, I'm always messing up because it got my nerves all jacked up. You know what I mean? I know I'm not the only one that gets shadow banned or, yeah, I'm not the only one that gets shadow banned. I'm pretty positive. You know what I mean? Pretty positive that I'm not the only one getting shadow banned. But it does happen regularly with everything. Like whether I do any kind of live, it's always like that. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. So I got my nerves all weird. And then I had to plug in my podcast equipment because it's been a minute since I used it. So that's what I was doing right now. I had to build up a whole different cue that's kind of similar to what I had in there earlier. Not as much stuff, but it'll do for right now. I'm gonna move this down. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry, everybody. I'm sorry, family. I was all frazzled and nerves is bad. It's just a whole bunch of shit. You know what I mean? A lot going on in the news, but it's the StreamYard and the YouTube in conjunction. It's like for a person like me that only goes on maybe like twice a month if I can. You know, it's a lot because I don't really share my my work. And just I gotta start doing that if I want to get up in this algorithm. You know, so this guy says it's really important. So I'm watching. I think I'm to start doing more. Yeah, I gotta get out of the fear of it all. You know what I mean? Okay, let's see. Okay. We're only gonna cover a couple of things. We're gonna go over this a small portion of the Carmelo Anthony case real quick because I've been touching base on it. I'm going to also show some new stuff that I thought was important. Some different podcasters. I thought that they did a great take on something. So I thought that it would be interesting to show you. 2 Lego videos. Let's see what else. What else? It's gonna be kind of short. Everything's kind of short between 10 and 30 minutes. I think there's only one long one, but it's very, very important. So I think it's important anyway. It kind of says a lot. Let's see. Okay. I'll put that right there. Okay, let's see if I can get this right here. Stop sharing. Bam. Okay. This right here. That too, you gotta constantly stay vigilant on these on the windows. That's how I lost it. I was toggling from screen to screen, and I lost my whole shit. I mean, I really spent like an hour working on it, and to put the right things in the right places. You know what I mean? Because I kind of just threw it all together. I gotta go when the mood hits me. You know what I mean? So that's how that went down. When I lost the whole queue, I was like, God damn, man. You know what I mean? Like, Jesus Christ. It was really upsetting because I had to shut everything down to go back. Like, I lost like 15, 20 minutes, and it was just a whole bunch of craziness. Little eyeballs, if whoever's watching, if you can see it, let me know. My mic is good. So the whole point about having a mic is so I don't have to be screaming and talking really loud. Let's Let's see. Okay, that's running. Okay. Let's see. Okay. All right, now, family, I'm gonna talk about these. We're gonna play like 2 little Lego videos. I think they're interesting. I think they're great. I feel like I learned so much, man, from them, especially when they're this outright shit talking. I feel like I've learned a lot. So I just played 2 that I thought was kind of decent. And then we're gonna get into some topics that we usually cover. I forgot what I was gonna tell you. I forgot what I was gonna tell you guys. I was gonna tell you about this event we're going to tomorrow or later on today. It's kind of why I decided to stay, and I have to fix my hair because damn cats and stuff like that. So I decided to stay up and put together a little broadcast, and we can kind of go over it. I'm not going to go over everything that my new Black media signal boosters have already went through. So I'm going to try to go over just some things, a couple of things, 2 videos of that. You know what I mean? I have been keeping abreast of the situation, and some of the Anthony stuff is disturbing when you look at who it's coming from. You know what I mean? And they're not like us, so they got opinions and whatnot. And so I try to stay away from discouraging toxic fucking energy like that. That's negative against what we're talking about. As far as what the new Black media is talking about, I don't like the Officer Tatum's and all that other stuff. It's not really my wheelhouse. I don't like that shit. So, I try to stick to what what I'm comfortable doing with comfortable signal boosting new Black media stuff. I'm not gonna go over it all because it's been discussed in to good thorough lengths. But I'm just gonna show a couple of videos, and I think that'll be it for that. It may take me on another little deep dive, but I doubt it. So let's get to it. Sorry, damn cats try to unravel my twist today. But let's see. Let's get over it. Yesterday, excuse me. I'm gonna try to build up my channel fan to jump into the algorithm. Jesse says that's kind of important. It's not really not important to me, but I'm probably the lowest one on the totem pole, even though I do a lot of work. I'm like the one that doesn't actually share their shit. Versus Shabaka, Shabaka shares his stuff out. We share Shabaka shit. So that, much more heavier presence. He's been at it for a long time. I've been like on my Erica Badu shit, so I'm an artist. I said it. You dig? But I'm going to, however, I'm going to try to do better and get myself in the algorithm. Not for anything particular, just so that all 3 platforms can kind of even out and kind of match. That's what I think is the thing I want to accomplish. Even matching of of course, Frontline Black News is always going to be above and more more popular. That was the intention when we started it, so we knew that was going to happen. And on the RVA, it was kind of like a secondary, like a subsidiary, like a sister channel, basically. So that I can go over certain topics the way I want to talk about. So that I just don't share shit, and I don't have a lot of platforms. Considering that everywhere I go, I either get banned or kicked off the platform for typical militancy, I think, or who knows, haterism, who knows, shadow banning, who knows, who cares? But I'm gonna try to do better this summer, so we start to see more videos and whatnot. Then that's really what the prime goal is. It's not get up there with him, but just be an even balance for all 3 platforms. For me, that's just like whatever. But for him, he's building up a platform. For me, I just want to be even with the numbers, the way they look, so it matches it. It just all matches together. That's how I feel about it. So if you see that, just know that that's what I'm doing. I've been feeling kind of like complacent about it. I don't really know what I want to do with this channel. Aside from being doing signal boosting, I really don't feel like separating and creating another channel for my metaphysical stuff. And I don't have all the avenues. I find the platforms to establish one is tedious, and I don't like the tediousness. My areas, I don't really got all that kind of patience for that. I'm starting up a whole new, you know what I mean? And then it start off from zero, even though I got like 10 years or at least 6 built up. You see what I'm saying? It's kind of like I would be suspicious a little bit. You see, I question everything. So I just want to even out, balance myself out with the Frontline Black News, which is, I am, don't get twisted, co-host of. There always will be. There will never be another. It will always be me. You see what I'm saying? As the lady of the Frontline Black News brand or broadcast. 3 platforms. It'll never be another person. Never be. It'll just be me. Yes, we'll have female guests and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, the core is me, Jesse, and Shabaka. Well, me, Jesse, and Shabaka, yeah. And then on Shabaka's is Shabaka, Jesse, and I'm like the stand-in emergency. But I hold a little lesser privileges wise than Jesse. But if worse comes to worse, I could run all of it, you know? And here on the Revolutionary Agenda, there's just me. There's just me. No one's ever been able to, nobody's ever said, hey, let me host a RVA. You know what I mean? So it's just me. But there will never be another, I'll always be the front lady of the Frontline Black News. That's off top. I just want to make sure the RVA can balance itself out. It's a good thing. Anyway, it's another Black First motherfucking FBA platform signal boosting. Let's get into it now. I want to thank everybody for coming through. I see little eyeballs in and out. That's great. It's tight. Thank you for coming in. Hopefully you'll learn a lot. I'm gonna start off with these 2 little Lego videos. I think they were kind of just the animation is funny as hell. To me, start off with 2, and then we're gonna get into one of the 3 topics I chose. Okay, so let's get to it. Let me put this. Got the copyright up. Yeah. Okay. To the. One second, family. Okay, bam. Okay. Yep. Sorry, I told you, man. I'm like frazzled. The YouTube got some motherfuckers that's living on the edge of being able to keep their show up or nah. You see what I'm saying? Like, I like this one. Okay. Here we go, family.
Tonight, Washington gave us something that rarely happens in the current political climate. A Trump cabinet secretary walked into a congressional hearing, sat down in front of lawmakers, and proceeded to turn a budget oversight session into something that looked more like a disagreement at a family dinner that nobody was ready for. We are talking about Department of Homeland Security Secretary Markwayne Mullin, former senator.
It's just so ominous. It's like whoa, ominous. You know what I mean? The narration is ominous. That's what's kind of amusing to me. I was like, you know what I mean?
Former professional MMA fighter, and as of Thursday, former person who was keeping his composure at a congressional hearing. Let's set the scene. Thursday, June 25th, the House Appropriations Subcommittee on Homeland Security convened to...
Speaking of, let me forget to say that I created one of these. I created like 4 of these for Jess's campaign. I just have not been I don't like it's like the wrong time for a life journey, right? But I've been like kind of pondering what I want to do for the next 10 years, right? But I made like several. I showed it a couple weeks back for his campaign because I thought that shit was funny. And the ones I made, I had included myself, so I was highly amused. But I thought it'd be neat, like a little different, you know. Some other shit's so serious, and yes, there are serious matters to be at hand, but like, come on, like, if you leave it in my hands, I'm gonna try to make it as fun as humanly possible. You know what I mean? Hold on, I'm coming, commenter. Okay. Finally, hey, you know what? B1 salute, Ray. I called you the other day. B1 salute. I called you the other day, brother. Like yesterday, 2 days ago, whatever. Because Jesse said you was in tornado with area, and I was like, man, I gotta call on him and see how him and my Dukes is. And I called, you didn't answer the phone, so I figured you're busy working or some shit. But back to that, I did create something for I just haven't got with Ray. I need Ray. Ray's up. And Ray's here. Just when I'm thinking about you, cuz. You know what I mean? Here you go. How you been? How's your mother? I didn't mean that in the ugly way. My car got flat in the tornado. My battery died as I let the BMB. God. For you guys okay? See, he told me to check. So I was like, I check on you. See if you was straight. And your mom was cool. Hold on a second. I'm using the mic. Can you hear me? Can you hear me clearly? Let's see. Can you hear me clearly? But I've been sleeping past days. Fuck that. Yeah, I could tell. I could dig, man. You know what? We're about to hit Mercury retrograde, so we might as well just sleep through that. For real, it's not gonna be a good time. It's gonna be all kind of miscommunications if we're beefing with motherfuckers here and there. I hate when it goes retrograde. My motherfuckers want to just ready to eat for everybody. It's gonna be like that, just out of nowhere. But I'm gonna play these 2 videos, and I'll toggle back in. I'm glad you're all right. I could tell Jesse that you were cool because I called. I was like, what? He said it was in the midst of a bad tornado area. What did you say happened? He said, I got a flat tire. That's it. The flat tire and motherfucking dead battery is like nothing, I guess, in comparison that you still got the house and everything cool. So. Bubble finna pop, and I got this big corpse alive. Oh yeah, man! I'm telling you, dude. The shit shut my YouTube down. Like I had a queue and everything, instead it shut it off. And I was like, I had to rebuild it. I was like, man, I ain't got none of the shit I wanted in there, because I'm starting to look at everything as AI. Like, unless I've seen you physically, you've seen me physically, we've seen each other like with eyes on. I'm starting to wonder if just everybody's like the way they make these digital fucking things that look so fucking real. Like they had the more I researched it, AI actors, AI researchers, AI. Pretty soon they ain't gonna need anything, gonna need us, because the way they're moving around trying to replace us. Why can't you couldn't pull it into the garage? Me and Jess got an event tomorrow, so we're in like I don't know, we're hoping there's snacks there. Shit. Much shit talking is what we're doing. Oh, that's it. Sorry, my necklaces. Yeah. Yes, at least you got a flood warning. There's places they were trying to send out warnings, or they're doing it falsely, like in our area. Shit. So you got to cancel the food, or what? What did they order? what did you end up eating? Silly. I'll be right back. Let me get this show on the road. I was already talking to you here in like a couple seconds. So let me get over there real fast. I saw everybody. I learned so much from these motherfucking these spin-offs.
Review the DHS budget, standard procedure. Members ask questions, the secretary answers. Democracy does its thing. That was the plan. Representative Rosa DeLauro of Connecticut, the ranking Democratic member of the subcommittee, took her allotted time to raise a concern she has raised before. The separation of approximately 900 children from their families during the first Trump administration at the border. Now, at this point in a normal hearing, a secretary would either answer the question, dispute the data, or ask for clarification. Secretary Mullen chose a fourth option. He interrupted. 450,000 kids were lost during the Biden administration. Mullen said, cutting into DeLauro's speaking time, "You didn't say a word about it." DeLauro responded the way any senior legislator received in Congress since 1991 might respond when someone interrupts them mid-sentence. "Mr. Secretary, do not interrupt." Mullen's response to being told not to interrupt was, and we are quoting directly here, "Don't you point your finger at me." DeLauro's response to being told not to point her finger was immediate and direct. "I will point my finger at you." And that, ladies and gentlemen, is where the hearing began its journey off the rails. Now, before we continue with the theater, Iran BNN believes you deserve the actual information. Secretary Mullen's 450,000 figure comes from a 2024 DHS Inspector General report. What that report actually found was that ICE transferred custody of over 48,000 unaccompanied children to the Health and Human Services Department between fiscal years 2019 and 2023. That window includes years from both the Trump and Biden administrations. These were not children who disappeared. These were children transferred through a legal process to sponsors, often family members already living in the United States. The number is real. The characterization of it as children being lost is a significant stretch of what the data actually shows. We report, you verify. Back to the hearing room, where things had not improved. Mullen continued to speak over DeLauro. DeLauro continued to object. At one point, Mullen looked directly at DeLauro and stated that she should be, quote, put in her place. DeLauro turned to the committee chair, Republican Representative Mark Amedee of Nevada, and asked him to restore order. What happened next was, by the standards of the current Congress, genuinely remarkable. The Republican chair sided with order. Amedee told Mullen that members were entitled to their speaking time and that he would be given an opportunity to respond at the end. He reminded everyone in the room that this was the legislative branch of the United States government. Then, Addressing the overall temperature of the room, Chairman Amadei said something that will likely appear in more than a few highlight reels. I don't know what you think this is. This isn't some talk show. You're not on Fox. You're in the legislative branch. Damn it. A Republican chair rebuking a Trump cabinet secretary in a Republican-controlled subcommittee. That does not happen every Thursday.
Your hearing, Ben.
Secretary Marlin left the hearing without apologizing. Representative being Beloro left having made a point loudly and with a finger extended. Chairman Marlin restored some certainty. Marlin told him DECENDENTS, sending me Lord and all of our reason. But again, so it's significant work in that sentence and the VH's budget hearing was supposed to be about funding levels.
You know what's trip is that they were all stoked about that motherfucking that deal, right? The Iran deal. You know, there was gonna be no more mischief for like at least 60 days. That shit didn't last long. That shit didn't last long at all. I was like, who did it this time? This time it was them doing it. I was like, was it? You know, and if you look at some of the footage, like with the what is it called? Sea drones. That shit don't even look real. That shit does not look real. You know what I mean? I was seeing a lot of short reels with brothers and sisters promoting promoting self-defense classes and whatnot. You know what I mean? Like hiking and, you know, just handling up, you know, like training and whatnot. That's like all that's been in my feed lately. I was like, what is this? I was thinking about it. Like, Jesus Christ. It's already doing, hey, what's it say? If they can't, don't, let me see. Oh, yeah. You still delivered them? Harold's and Chipotle still, man, I wouldn't. I don't know, like the hurricane got me. I ate that. All I gotta do is get a refund. They give me 3 options. I have 12. Exactly. I don't even let them give me options. I got my options. You know what I mean? Whatever they're saying is gonna be leading you down a motherfucking roadway into a fucking cage or something. Or dead. You know what I mean? Let me check what he is saying. Let me check what he is. Who's saying? Before you verify is the real shit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because like some of these things are just not like this is one thing. At least you know this is AI created. But some of these things I was looking at like just a little bit ago, I was like, this can't be real. This like there would be more to this little thing that they were trying to talk about, some propaganda with the uniforms of the law, right? I said, this can't be real. Like, oh, we would have heard there'd be more than one motherfucking off-brand feed about this if that was the case. You know what I mean? Who, me? Oh, yeah. Oh, what you talking about? Like, as far as everybody else is going, it makes no sense, dude, if Jesse's watching it and I'm in the same fucking room. I can't really, like, I gotta get online on my personal shit while he's over there watching it, put my shit on silent just so I could chop it up in the same fucking room. At the time, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, I've been all over the place with him. You know what I mean? From Professor Black Truth to Black Church, Church of Black Power, motherfucking, you know what I mean? Water God. I've been like all over the place with Jesse. I mean, like, you know what I mean? So it makes no point of, it kind of does suck because I'm showing that consistency, but I can't really make that up because what do you want me to do? It's weird if we're in the same room, you know? I'm sitting there listening, but it's also rude too to be like, just type what I said, put my name on it, because I used to do that too, heavy. You know, that used to get on his nerves.
Knock, knock, who lost the war? You don't drop your bombs round here no more. Knock, knock, who lost the war? You don't drop your bombs round here no more. You came in loud, said you set me free. March on my streets, build a statue of me. 3 months of thunder, 3 months of smoke. Came back home and the empire's broke. You wanted me broken, begging to bend. Set the whole Navy, send it home in the end. Orange man on the news saying strong, so strong. Funny how the strong man been begging all along. So who's knocking now? Who's knocking now? You came to break me. Take a bow. Sign right here, read it and weep. You woke the lion, now you put it to sleep. Oh! You lost, take the L. Oh, 47 years, couldn't tell. Sign the deal, pay the bill. We ain't moving, we stay still. You said never, 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 never a deal. Now you're flying to sign it, tell me how's it feel? Lift the blockade, let the money run. Tell your people back home that you won, but the war is mine. The gate's my gate, charge a little toll. Make the big man wait. You came for the oil, you came for control. Walked out with a handshake and the story you told. So who's knocking now? Who's knocking now? You came to break me. Take a bow. Sign right here, read it and weep. You woke the lion, now you put it to sleep. Oh! You lost, take the L. Oh, 47 years, couldn't tell. Sign the deal, pay the bill. We ain't moving, we stay still. Oh, 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 oh. Open the straight. Open the straight. Who's in control? Better get it straight. You brought the fire, I brought the rain. Now you're paying for the pain. Knock, knock, who lost the war? You don't drop your bombs around here no more. Now the whole world's watching the headline read. Donny Foda gave them more they need. Allies on the phone like, what did we get? A bill in the mail and the deal you'll regret. You can act all tough, say you'll come back round. Drop another bomb with to shut it down. So sign it slow, big man. Sign it clean. Best do you ever lost. You know what I mean. You lost.
Yeah,
take
like,
the L. Oh, 47 years, couldn't tell. Sign the deal, pay the bill. We ain't moving, we stay still. You lost, take the L. Oh, 47 years, couldn't tell. Sign the deal, pay the bill. We ain't moving, we stay still. Straits open bums, quiet deal signed. So tell me, Dunny, who throws a party when they lose? Knock, knock. Lights, camera, cage, and cake. Party for a man on the take. Big man dozing in the chair. Empire falling, does he care? But does he care? Lost the war in the morning through a bash by night. Built a little cage on the lawn for a fight. Knocked down the wall of his own front door. Said I need a bigger room to party more. Gifts on the grass where the roses grew. Smell of the sweat coming right on through. Orange man grinning for the camera flash. Birthday boy burning through the people's cash. So who's paying for the band? Who's paying for the band? Bill in the mail of a foreign land. Cut the cake, take a seat. Dreaming he's a champ while he's getting beat. Lights, camera, cage, and cake. Party for a man on the take. Big man dozing in the chair. Empire falling, does he care? Selling little coins with his own face on. $12,000 and the money's gone. Step right up, get a piece of me. Grifting at this party like it's all for free. Fighters in the hall, fighters on the green. Biggest little circus that you ever seen. Cabinet room, got a cage in the ring. Lost the whole war, but he's won everything. So who's paying for the band? Who's paying for the band? Bill in the mail of a foreign land. Cut the cake, take a seat. Dreaming he's a champ while he's getting beat. Lights, camera, cage, and cake. Party for a man on the take. Big man dozing in the chair. Empire falling, does he care? Wake up, wake up. The house is loud. Wake up, wake up. Look at the crowd. You lost the water, lost the fight. Sleeping through your party night. Knock, knock. Who lost the war? Snoring on the floor, snoring on the floor, snoring, 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 snoring. shut
80 years
tight.
old.
Slept right through his own big night. Booed in the city, booed at the game. Throwing a party in his own bad name. Man, like sending bills to people, sending booze. Big man, dreaming that they never gonna lose. So blow out the candles, let the music swell. Sleep tight, big man. Wait, the empire fell. Lights, camera, changing cake. Party for a man on the take. Big man dozing in the chair. Empire falling. Does he care? Lights, camera, changing cake. Party for a man on the take. Big man dozing in the chair. Empire falling. Does he care?
Of course not. That motherfucker don't care about shit. He says it outright. He does not give a damn. All right, family. Like I said, I lost my cue a little bit ago. So we're gonna start with we're gonna get 2 or 3 out the way real quick. No, 2 little ones out the way real fast. Okay. Just I like Taylor House. Taylor House always covers stuff that nobody ever covers. There's like
they found it.
Always catches some of the stories that nobody catches right off top. That's how I figured it. That's how I found out about him. I liked his content. I liked what he was saying. I liked it. Plus, he used to be longer. I remember when he was longer. And there was another brother that used to do these stories that would happen in the Black community, and they'd be really, really ugly, tragic stories, but that nobody would cover. You know what I mean? Like really dig deep, and the show would be like an hour and a half long. I can't seem to find that gentleman's platform yet. Again, and you got to go through your subscriptions and resubscribe and re-notify, because if not, then like you'll struggle like how I'm struggling right now. I'm like, why don't I have anything coming through my feed? You know what I mean? Like, why is my algorithm don't look right here? You know what I mean? So a lot of that is I have to go through it, and it's a lot. So so it says wife exposed racist messages from Arkansas state trooper, and yeah, the thumbnails would grab me. But go ahead and let's play this. Let me toggle back to
Daniel Penny not guilty on all charges, which is shocking for a regime like New York. But I wish you could watch this N-word criminal family member at the podium. All that propaganda. The stations are letting talk. He's just up there rambling about Black power. Whites be racist and she. It's effing disgusting. None of those N-words deserve to live in a country where we raise our children. They are so effing evil and disgusting. This gorilla is saying exactly why you must have a zero tolerance for pro-Africa, anti-white-ish, like that Spider-Man movie. Zero tolerance. And you may think that those are the words from a Proud Boy or Patriot Front or a member of the Loyal White Knights. But no, these words are those of Michael Kennedy, a Arkansas state trooper who was recently exposed by his wife during a custody battle and divorce proceedings filed earlier this year. Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings, all praises due to the Most High. And I'm going to show you a little bit more of those vile texts from this racist piece of scum, Arkansas state trooper Michael Kennedy. Now, we have seen these things come out, with the police officer in Texas, the Hispanic girl.
Look, check it out. Like, it's coming out because a spouse. I mean, obviously, it looks like he wrote the shit, but a spouse is throwing him under the bus because she's getting an ugly, contentious divorce. It's like, is that something we're gonna factor in? It's just being messy. Like, I'm just asking. I'm just like, where does the line? where's the level? Because would she have turned him in? Given that she married him, she obviously knew what kind of man he was. Would she have turned him in if the divorce wasn't ugly or contentious, or you know what I mean? I'm just saying. I'm just asking. Actually asking.
And the entire police office out there in California, which had a racist text thread involving 40 officers. And so when we see the unarmed murder of brown people in America by these police officers, we wonder why it is so. And this is a major reason why it is so. Now, these text messages, which you're going to see, came out once again in divorce proceedings filed by this officer's wife. And this is what she said in the divorce proceeding. The plaintiff filed for divorce in this cause of action and asked the court to award joint custody of the minor children to the parties. As evidence herein and marked in exhibits 1 through 30, the plaintiff is concerned that the defendant is a white supremacist and as such is going to poison the mind of children with his views and actions. The plaintiff requests that she be granted sole custody of the minor children with the defendant having visitation. Additionally, the defendant should be ordered into a parenting course in order to limit the hatred and prejudice that he has towards people. The plaintiff is concerned that the defendant is going to instill the same hatred in the children. The children currently fear for the defendant due to his constant spewing of hate and irrational thoughts, both towards the plaintiff and towards the children. And we always wonder how this racism continue. That is how. No matter how much you think that just because you have those views that your children is not going to pick them up, that is furthest from the truth. And his wife, Elena, exposed him, saying that, look, I know if he can...
Look, no, cuz. No, I have questions. Look, here's where the question is. You knew what type of motherfucking man you got with and you married, right? So I suspected he is, right? So that's off top. You already knew how he felt about fucking black people in America, okay? I already know this. It's ingrained in him, right? So he wasn't hiding it. If he's gonna marry a bitch, he ain't hiding it. He's gonna show all assets. Then you bear some children with him, and so you know what kind of teachers daddy's teaching him. You're on the same alignment. He wouldn't have married you if you weren't, right? So the children are already getting a little indoctrinated, but because she is they're having a disgruntled divorce, it's getting messy and contentious. So now she's going to throw him under the bus and say, he's a racist and he's going to influence my children. He's already been doing it. That's the kind of household y'all run. You see what I'm saying? So I don't have no pity for that part. Did she get sole custody? No, because she in fact it should be the opposite of all that, because they've been polluting their children with racism, anti-black hate, and fucking I don't know what else. You see what I'm saying? There's a couple of them, so think about it. There's a couple, meaning like 2 or 3, right? So she and this is petty. This is like a petty, messy thing. Like this is what people do when they're losing. You see what I'm saying? When they're losing the divorce battle and they're gonna end up having to come out, worse than they went in. Yeah, this is by any means necessary. I'm gonna try to slander your character, even though it's right. He is doing all of that. He said all of that. You know what I mean? But I don't say but. However, the way she did it is based on the disgruntledness of this punk ass motherfucking divorce. See what I'm saying? That's what
continues this behavior, my children are going to think the same way. And what are some other aspects of that behavior? Let's look at more of these texts that were exposed in the lawsuit. Here he shares an article of a wrong way driver that killed off-duty police officer was under deportation. He says, white father of 3 killed right before Christmas by yet another wrong way driving drunk illegal spick. You don't hate them enough.
She got a ricochet right there.
And here is another post about ICE clearing out those buildings. He says, I need this war.
Didn't go my way at all.
And Spick-fil-A F my order up. No speaky, no English.
said,
No, my problem, gringo.
I didn't throw.
And here he shares a post. When non-whites are a minority in white nations, they are given welfare, free housing, free educations, and preference for jobs. When whites are a minority in a non-white majority nation, they are usually just killed on their way to the grocery store. Not really the same. And then he follows that up saying a bunch of N-words are shooting each other inside Park Plaza Mall. Yeah. And then he shows a picture where they're roughing somebody up and says illegal spit wanted for several murders in El Salvador. He got ASP, and I guess that's one of their terms for their brutality. Here he is again. Drunk illegal spit got on 67 going the wrong way and hit and killed someone in Jacksonville last night. Every effing time it's a drunk illegal spit. Black female just stabbed a black male at the apartments on Birdie. LOL. Have a good day. You too. Well, traffic is backed up for miles on 430, so already off to a great start. Robinson wrote them all tickets, if that helps. It was caused by an illegal, like always. It was an illegal piece of S car that broke down in lane 3. Then some chick rear-ended him, but he got more tickets than she did. But if we had a nation and a border, you would have been on time. Look at this effing queer. New Orleans attack suspect name accused killing at least 10. Now he's talking about our brother Davis kids in a dirt turkey saying N-word attack in New Orleans. Brown people and brown cultures, they're so lovely and diverse, and I want my kids around more of them. Women don't effing care how you feel. They don't care if you're struggling to survive all day. All of that is something they can use against you to manipulate you or attack you personally. You just shut the F up and bottle everything up and don't say a word. It's better to just unalive yourself.
Random and shit.
Oh, look, it's the usual suspect doing the usual crime. And there's more sexist posts. This effing solid piece of diarrhea N-word trash went the wrong way on 430 fleeing from Benton PD. They tried to get him, dude hit an innocent person head on and kill them. Effing N-word scum gets out walking. Unbelievable. They always kill innocents and it never happens to them. White woman going to work to help keep babies alive, killed by illegal spit. Piece of S that has already been. I can't. N-words were N-wording in Little Rock, and I've got to deal with a part of that. They effing ruin everything. Subhuman trash. In N-word land, you have to pull guns on people driving down the road. It's what you do all day, every day. And I'm going to just stop sharing it right there because I think we get the point. Now, this is the law enforcement officers. You know, the same law enforcement officers you always say comply and, you know, do what they say. And, you know, he had a right to kill. And why did the black man run? Well, obviously, we definitely should run from this guy right here. This is the mindset of a lot of these officers, which people don't want to admit. But
like what they do with us, you know, like they immediately have all the crime history. You know, like they want you to know that, you know, you did it, you know, versus when it's them getting picked up, right? I want them to do what they do with us. Like they have all the text messages, all the fucking stock, you know, all the crazy shit, the build up, you know what I mean, of those people like that, you know what I mean? Because like they go above and beyond to call out us. Like they make sure that by within 2 hours of the said incident, we're all over the motherfucking face plaster. You did is 38 and had a history of this and that. You know what I mean? I think that it should be like what's good for the goose, good for the gander. Yeah, it should be known. You know what I mean? Hold on a sec. What? My mic is on. It is on. I just wasn't holding it. I don't have a stand for it, sir. Okay, yeah, no. Nah. Thank you for telling me that. I don't have a stand because it broke. But I was it's right here. So I had it I'm doing like 3 things at the same time, Ray.
It exists. And these texts, once again, were only exposed because the wife used them in a custody battle. Now, his defense team is saying, oh, well, no, those texts were made before the divorce proceedings. And he doesn't feel like that anymore. Like, what are we, 7? Like, those just automatically go away within a matter of months. And they said that this was just a ploy by his wife to get custody of the kids. But yet and still, this guy admitted to the language. He admitted to it. He took full responsibility. And then he was allowed to resign rather than being fired. Now, they also have taken the steps to decertify his law enforcement credentials, which that should be a foregone conclusion. But as usual, pink racist, anti-Black racism protects itself because they said, well, no, we reviewed all of his cases, all of his tickets, and all of his citations, and we find no evidence of bias. When he literally told you in the text message that he wrote more tickets for the Hispanic guy. Mm-hmm. And I don't know how one could look at these messages and say that none of his cases were affected by this. But what do we expect by a organization, law enforcement police officers that were formed based on hunting brown people in America? So I just had to expose, once again, a racist police officer. And don't think that this is not just one.
No, it's not a one-off. Thank you, brother. Thank you for giving us that, Mr. Taylor House. Thank you very much. Because it needs to be, the more we find out, the better we can, stay out the way of them. I told you I was talking about Candace Matthews the other day. I was saying that she was messy, and I just was like, nobody could say it like when someone was trying to ask me about it.
I'm here today because there has been a lot of lying going on in regards to.
The other thing too is that on this is that she's been doing a lot of little interviews and whatnot, and it's almost like she's been telling on herself, and which is in the worst egregious manners. You know what I mean? Yeah. What you gonna investigate? Yeah, for sure. I'm holding the mic now. Can you hear it? It's clear now. Okay, cool. Okay. Anything bad? No, I know. I know. So back to Candace Matthews. She's been doing a lot of little interviews. Basically, she had to run back like 2 endorsements that she had put out because they wouldn't, they were doing some messy stuff or whatever. But it also goes to her. It also looks bad on her, right? Because of the way she's presenting it. And that the fact that she came 3 days too late after the Anthony case and, whatever else, that she was just like a figurehead, you know what I mean? So, but I've been kind of like watching just because it comes over my feet, not because I'm genuinely interested. Exactly. It's so like wherever she was before, she's not that now. Like she had a whole change up over the last 6 months. Like the whole, I want to say her whole vibe has been different. Like she's just kind of like ain't taking shit for nobody type shit. Really outspoken, really kind of like live, even for the small people she's talking to, that's around her. Like prime example, this right here. Okay, I'm about to show you. And the reason I pick these things is because it's a really bad look, and I don't think nobody's around her to tell her that these are bad things, or that these are questionable, and it is questioning her character. And she has a little chance to probably turn it around if she really wanted to. If somebody was actually telling the truth to her, you know what I mean? But motherfuckers will let you fail. Like, will let you fail right in front of them and be like, oh man, let me help you up. And it's fake, you know what I'm saying? So I don't think anybody's telling her that she could possibly, potentially fix it if she wanted to. Let's see. She seems like best. Yeah, she's definitely, you can't go too far back. Definitely think she'll do that or she'll get really upset. I kind of, because it's contentious. It's one of those things. I mean, like, do you think all four lines lead to this? No, I don't know. Because she was holding the banner for some Hispanics like last week, so I'm not sure. I didn't want to think so until I seen it. I was like, oh, that's enough for me. But here we go. Okay. So the title is Dr. Massey claims that she was the target of a $20,000 shakedown by Bible college founder. Okay. Here we go. I don't like how it's set up. So.
Things that Dr. Verna Caddy with Leaders of STEAM Bible University.
One more thing, I'm gonna stop doing that. I feel like she's able to hold her own press conferences. Like there's never anybody else. It's always just her little her own little press conference. Like that. And I think that's kind of something that's neat. In my opinion, that's a neat thing. That she can hold her own little press conferences rather than wait for the actual news. You know what I mean? I think that part is tight.
That's the university that gave, honorary doctorates to Zero, to Lil Flip, the Braxtons, Trick Daddy, Trina.
Why did they got an honorary doctorate? What is an honorary doctorate for the rappers? Question mark.
You name it. A lot of celebrities, even lawmakers. Because I actually helped this lady. I actually helped her when it came to dealing with her accreditation. I even received honorary doctorates from her. Okay. And then with the accreditation, I actually was giving her like $2,500 every quarter or something along those lines when she needed it. So she could be able to pay for the accreditation.
Bam. That right there, fraudulent. Corrupt, fraudulent. That right there is fraudulent. You know what I mean? It's just, what are you doing, lady? What? My people, doggy, what do you want? What do you want? You're interrupting me. Go get some water, some snacks. Go eat. What do you want? Go lay down with Daddy. What do you want? I don't have nothing for you, but you're bothering me right now. Hold on. Okay. I'm gonna let it play for a second. The dog obviously wants my attention.
That she had for the school. Okay? So further along, did I ever get a receipt that she made payment? No. Did I ever get any type of confirmation that payment was made for those accreditations? I never got it. But I never questioned it because I trusted this lady. Okay? In fact, I was the bulldog for her. So anybody that try to come up against her and she tells me that they're doing this, then guess what? I'm the one that would neutralize them for this lady. You know what I mean? Because I believe that Black women should be protected at all costs. But one thing that I'm not going to roll with is nobody lying on me. And that's exactly what's been going on for the last couple days. Dr. Caddy lied about several things. Because one, there was an issue in regards to me going after the state because they retaliated against me because I exposed them for having children in hotels. And if you go back and look, you'll see it. It's all on social media and everywhere. Well, I brought a camera team in there and those.
I feel like she tried to be transparent is what everybody always wants is transparency. But this is just like this isn't that. And it's only gonna make it worse later on, you know what I mean?
Kids didn't have food, no anything. And so they retaliate against me, and my legal team is dealing with that as we speak right now. However, the issue, it came up to where, okay, they want to question about credentialing and things of that such. And then they also want to question about honorary doctors and all this kind of stuff. So this is where Dr. Caddy was involved because they reached out to her. So when they reached out to her, she reached out to me and told me that the state reached out to her. Cool, no problem. So, but she was like, well, I'm going to tell you right now is that you got to pay me $9,500 to be a witness. And I'm like, $9,500 to be a witness? But, okay, I pay you the $9,500 to be a witness because you're going to go in and you're going to tell them the truth. Okay? And I was instructed to make the check in her mother's name. Here is the cashier's check for $9,500. And the check was also cashed. So she was paid. She was paid to testify about credentialing. And she never showed up. She never showed up to the deposition. She never showed up to be interviewed. She never showed up to testify. So you took $9,500. So, and basically I was bullied because otherwise she would not have done it if I wouldn't have paid her. That's interesting. Then, next thing moving forward is that
it's 3 days too late.
She wanted me to go after some ladies who came after her. Okay? So I went after the new, because they were trying to come after her in regards to her school. So I went after them and I neutralized these ladies. Now I may add that they're friends now. See, you're not going to weaponize me and then be friends with these people. You see what I'm saying? And then you turn around and you weaponize me in regards to Dr. Love. Dr. Love showed direct evidence that everything that you said was a lie. You had me go in on an innocent person. This lady was suffering with cancer and she didn't tell nobody. And you had me going in on this lady as a result, I had to do a public apology for this lady because I went in so hard on her. And I really felt bad about doing that. But see, this is what happens when you have a scammer that do this type of stuff. So then she turns around with those same ladies who I went after. I got a tip, and the tip told me that these ladies were supposed to come and protest her event. Okay? I let her know about it. And I even had her security people, all of them was on the phone. Now, I didn't say that it was going to happen. I'm letting you know that it was an actual tip. Okay? You know what? When she came to be friends with those ladies, then she came at me trying to shake me down for $20,000. She turned around and said, you lied to me. Nobody came to do anything. And you owe me $20,000 because I had to get extra security. Well, the security wasn't paid.
See?
You don't pay $20,000 for extra security unless you got Michael Jackson in there. Okay? So you lied about that. So by this time, I blocked her from calling me. Now I done turned around and blocked you from contacting me on social media. Then before I blocked on the email, there was an email where she came and stated that she was rescinding the honorary PhD. Okay. Okay. Because I got 2 other ones and I got several more that I already had. And what does that matter? Right? But in the email, first of all, when you rescind anybody's doctorate or anything like that, as far as like honorary, there's a due process that's supposed to happen. None of that happened. She rescinded it on mess. She's telling everybody she rescinded it on me worshiping the devil. I don't worship the devil. I'm a spiritual person, but I don't worship the devil. But then you put in the email, because you said Grizzy told you, Grizzy from the Hood News. She said Grizzy from the Hood News told her I said F her. So you rescinded an honorary doctorate from a public figure on hearsay. Then when I was sitting on her board, she rescinded other people honoraries without giving them due process. That's why I moved away from being on her board, because of the practices that she was doing. I can't get down with that shit, y'all. I cannot. Then
it's a little late now.
Another reason, she sent me another email in regards telling me that I got a certain length of time to pay this $20,000. By this time, I'd already talked to the legal team and everything.
Because she's messy. That's what I said.
Her emails have been blocked.
Like nobody's around
okay? But she took it a step further and went to JP Court to file a lawsuit.
That's what I'm saying is
for $20,000. She's filed lawsuits, according to my research team, on several people, and $20,000 is the number that she's used. She's did it to Sam Mack. She's did it to Ashley Little. She's did it to a whole lot of people. There's been several people that has reached out to me because they claim allegedly that she scammed them out of money. Well, she scammed me out of money because I paid $9,500 and you didn't show up for a deposition, nor did you show up to testify. Why was you scared to come and testify? Them people want to know about the accreditations and stuff. Because the accreditations that I helped you pay for, that you never showed me proof that you paid for. Then, with this lawsuit, the lawsuit was filed on June 8, 2026. And it says Verna Caddy versus Candace Matthews. Everybody, this is public record.
Listen. First of all, what she's doing is self-incriminating, and it's so ugly because nobody's around to tell her. Like, somebody should be around with some sense, you know what I mean? Somebody should be around with her, you know what I mean, to help her out. She thinks she's being transparent, but in reality, she's just exposing something really fucking ugly, non-accreditable, the fucking whatever the fuck she's talking about. Those aren't accredited. If anybody can just buy one, it's not accredited. And what is it for? A doctorate in what? What are you a doctorate of? You know what I mean? And the fact that she's having a messy elder conversation with some messy ass old lady, so either a judge or whatever, it's just even worse. It's like, this is a bad thinking process. And why would you put yourself in a situation like that to where what did you need you mean a doctorate in what? Like, what the rappers get a doctorate in? You see what I'm saying? Like, this is like racketeering, the fucking bribery, fucking intimidation, bullying. They made her like an enforcer of said such. That's a crime in itself. What else? I mentioned bribery, fucking money laundering with the way the fucking shit's set up, how she had to go to her mama's name. These accreditations ain't real. They're not real. Nobody earned them, evidently. You know what I mean? Evidently. You know, so that's sad name dropping. Jesus, like off top, it's like 6, and they're serious. Like I guess the thought process, the lady giving her this business is like, look, I go down, you go down. She's trying to save herself, but in reality, she going down with the motherfucking ship because she had poor, like, over this last year, has had poor fucking decision skill sets, like poor decisions. She's made at least 4 in the last 3 weeks that she's come across talking about. At least 4. You know what I mean? It's like, man, damn, you're messy. And then just the other little video recordings and calling motherfuckers bitches and I don't know what else. You see what I'm saying? It's like, just I don't know. You know what I mean?
It says individual owes $20,000 for expense that occurred in.
Hey, Bill.
Who? And Candace Matthews owes me money for expenses that occurred due to her false claims. That's not a false claim if I gave you a tip. A tip is not nothing false. But then when I looked at this,
like you see the epic fuck up she's doing, right? Like, basically she's burning her own motherfucking activism career if she you know, even could be taken seriously, considering the fucking fact that she showed up 3 days later in the same state. Okay, 3 days later, and for a motherfucker to throw a press conference together by herself, why did she do it right then and there to express wherever the fuck she was? Like, I'm over here. I just want to express this and that. This is a shame. Whatever. We're gonna go above and beyond the Call of Duty. Where we're gonna head down there sometime this week. You know, got to fill up the car. You know what I mean? She could drop a press conference any and everywhere. Why couldn't she have done that? You see what I'm saying? Says it. I'm here now. It's a little late, motherfucker. You're a little late. You're like a whole year and 3 days late. You see what I'm saying? So, and then all this, like, in the last couple weeks, just really messy shit where she had to run back 2 endorsements. She's checking judges. I mean, but she's filming it. She's doing shorts and reels and shit. I'm like, I don't know. You don't know if this is supposed to help or be a hindrance, but I would think that there'd be more, at least one motherfucker that surrounds themselves by her to tell her that shit, you should. It's already too late, but you need to get some better PR management, media management, because you might as well just go ahead and walk in there and tell them to lock you up too, her too. You hear me? Hey Bill, sorry about that. I had to shake that last little video because I lost my cue, and I just was like, well, let me start over. So I kept it kind of simple. And I was just running a couple small ones. So thanks for coming through. Thanks for coming back, Bill. We gotta see Ray's in here. Keeping me company and just BSing. I don't know how to feel, but if we gave old girl Crockett a hard time for this type of loudness or behavior, I mean, how did they think did they think we were gonna do that to her, or is this a thing now and this is okay because she's an activist? I don't know. I got questions, but I think that somebody should get with her and be like, look, yeah, this is what it is. Break down the factuals, because she's gonna end up hurting her potential career. She's been out there for a minute, you know what I mean? But this last year, she's been sliding into herself. You know what I mean? Like, I'm pretty sure this is how she behaves on a regular basis.
I'm like, $20,000, ma'am. You went to JP Court and you did this on your own. You handwritten this. This is what you did. Okay? So that leads me to believe what is really going on with this school. Because you shaking people down and you try and the reason why you did what you did, because I would not allow you to shake me down for $20,000. I would not allow you to do that. And I'm just gonna be straight up. Anybody that has received an honorary doctorate from this school, I advise you to rescind it, because there's some scamming going on. And I'm just letting you know how it went down with me. And I don't like it. And I really didn't like having to do this today, but you lied. You lied on my name, and I got to let the community know what's going on, because, see, I really was trying to let you make it and sit on it and don't say anything, because I had several people to reach out to me and tell me to let you make it. I can't let you make it when you lied on my name now. And then
is she lying, though? Is the lady lying? Because with all that transparency she did, kind of is like, you did do this. You did participate in the shit that this being talked about. Is she really lying? Or the fact that she just brought it up at this time because she's mad at you? Like, you see what I'm saying? And the fact that you knew, like, come on, man, you can't make me believe, like, that she got some doctorates too for what? I don't know. But, okay, so you wanted 2, maybe 4, you know what I mean? All the rappers, big names getting them. So you know that it's not like a real thing. It can't be a real thing. Because when do they have time? Or really you see them sit down and do some fucking serious psychology work or whatever the fuck they're doing to get that? Yeah, right. Make me a believer. You see what I'm saying? But the fact that you went above and beyond the Call of Duty transparently, gave it all up, like you can't tell me you didn't know. Because look, like, check it out. First of all, you gotta talk about bribery, right, or something. Motherfucker gonna be like 100% honest with you when they want you to commit a motherfucking felony of epic proportions and say, check this out, this is what I'm doing. You want to get in on it, it's gonna cost you $9,750, blah blah blah. Yeah, no, it's got the seal of approval and a notary behind it. So I guess if anybody want to question it, the notary pretty much solves it. You know what I mean? And I'm a judge. You down with the get down? All right, cool. We'll pay this, do that. You can't even tell me that wasn't ran by this broad, or she didn't do her due diligence and look it up, and or check into old girl and see what she was really doing, or talk to some of these big name rappers that she was just so vagrantly throwing out there. You know what I mean? You can't make me believe. Like, I can't. That's like, don't say okie doke on me, man. Like, no way. You know what I mean? And the fact that she's doing it is like, I want you to rescind it. So now you're being petty, messy, and vindictive over what's happening. You see what I'm saying? These are like all ugly qualities for a woman. But like, you're complacent too. You see what I'm saying? You think you're doing something right, but you're not doing something right when you're complacent in the fucking fuckery. You know what I mean? What y'all think? Let's see. Moving along to the next one. Okay. I want to get to this, our last little, no, not really. I'm gonna jump back around real quick to Denver real fast. And then I got one. No, I don't. I'll say that towards the end.
The Denver mayor's office called the allegations false. The
Actually,
city
I'll
attorney
play it right
said they were untrue.
But CBS Colorado has obtained an internal DIA memo that appears to document the very words city leaders later denied ever using. Your investigator, Brian Moss, joining us now.
And Brian, you obtained a memo, and this memo could have major implications.
Well, for months, Denver officials have been insisting that a key allegation in a lawsuit filed against them was false. But an internal memo written just days after a closed-door meeting appears to corroborate key parts of that account, and it raises new questions about whether city.
Look, the city is fucking corrupt, guys. It would not surprise me. All these fucking politicians care about is fucking money.
Leaders were fully transparent with the public. It starts in the skies over Denver International Airport, where a charter service called Key Lime Air sometimes flies. Last year, the company wanted to lease 1,200 square feet at DIA for office and storage space. It seemed routine. DIA regularly leases space to airlines. Some have long-term lease agreements.
I have been following Key Lime Air for the greater part of this year.
But Denver City Council voted overwhelmingly against the lease because Key Lime Air had contracted with federal immigration authorities to transport detainees.
This is a no-brainer for me. We have to push back in any way we can because what is happening is absolutely horrible.
I have no interest in supporting this deportation machine.
I am not going to fund the deportation industrial complex anymore with our city dollars.
That council vote created an immediate problem. Federal Aviation Administration rules prohibit cities from treating airlines differently, and the council's action put $90 million in federal grant money at risk. Multiple sources with direct knowledge say on January 6th of this year, after that council vote, City Attorney Miko Brown had a meeting with DIA and the mayor's office to figure out what to do. In the meeting, DIA Chief Executive Phil Washington, Airport Attorney Everett Martinez, the mayor's interim chief of staff Emily Garnett, and other senior airport and mayor's office officials. We may never have known what was discussed in that meeting, except that Martinez was later put on administrative leave and filed this federal lawsuit in March. According to the lawsuit, the city attorney suggested the airport investigate Key Lime Air's safety record, not because there were real safety concerns, but to create retroactive legal cover for the council vote. Martinez said Brown was asking the airport to fabricate an investigation. He called the proposal likely illegal and unethical.
Our city, like many, have been addressing the needs of newcomers who've been arriving.
When we asked Mayor Mike Johnston's office about the lawsuit in March, his spokesperson called it, quote, horseshit from a disgruntled employee, and said the city attorney didn't say the things listed here. No one called for a fake investigation on Key Lime. The next day, City Attorney Brown sent a memo of her own to her staff saying, quote, the alleged claims are untrue. But we continued asking questions. And last month, CBS Colorado obtained this internal DIA memo, written by Martinez just days after that January 6th meeting. It was sent to the vice president of airline affairs, who signed off on it, indicating he believed it was an accurate account of what was said by the city attorney. It names all 8 people in the meeting. And it directly quotes City Attorney Miko Brown telling airport officials, you all should investigate Key Lime yourselves. If the FAA comes knocking, I want to be able to have it in my back pocket. That council was also voting because of safety issues, but ran out of time to get to talking about that before voting. 2 sources familiar with that memo have verified both its existence and its accuracy. Denver Attorney Steven Zansberg specializes in First Amendment issues, which was the basis for the Martinez lawsuit. Zansberg reviewed the memo, the timeline, and the denials by city officials. He says it appears to be a smoking gun into an attempted conspiracy that did not get off the ground.
The city attorney and others in the mayor's administration categorically denied that happened, and that's an outright lie.
Zansberg says that denial is what turns this from a policy dispute into a political liability.
obviously political exposure for being caught red-handed in an outright lie.
You think they're caught red-handed?
It certainly appears so from the memo.
The memo goes further. According to the document, DIA lawyer David Steinberger recounts that Brown had emailed him continued questions about investigating Key Lime's safety record after the January 6th meeting and told him to tell the group to continue to consider pursuing safety violation inquiries into Key Lime. And according to the memo, Brown told Steinberger, a bad argument is better than no argument. Zandberg says there are critical questions the Johnston administration still needs to address.
So how high up did it go? Did it go to the mayor? Was the mayor aware?
Yes.
And who else in the mayor's office? And in all of the other offices involved? Who knew and who authorized a categorical denial?
The city said they were unaware this internal DIA memo existed until we started asking questions about it. A spokesperson for Mayor Johnston told us the only person who should be speaking on this case is the judge, who reviewed hundreds of pages of documents, sworn witness statements, and listened to 3 hours of oral argument before stating there was no evidence of crime or fraud. And he said there was no fake investigation, and a memo written by the same person who filed the lawsuit does not change that. Beyond that, no.
Okay, man, wait.
Nobody else who was in that meeting is talking. According to the city, that's because this involves confidential communications. City Attorney Miko Brown is not talking either. And the lawsuit filed by Martinez is still ongoing. Now, it's also important to note here again that DIA officials immediately rejected the idea of doing the safety investigation of Key Lime Hair. So all of this really went nowhere, but we've got quite a controversy now.
Yeah, a lot to sort through. Thank you for doing that, Brian.
You bet.
Hold on a second, buddy.
I know all of you guys well enough. Y'all know me. Y'all know me.
Sure, they're good, all right?
Who's your deputy chief?
What? I think so. What's your cell phone number?
I took the side of the police, right?
All right, hold on a second. Hold on a second, buddy. Let's go up here. We're gonna switch over to one of the topics. I only got 3 for the Metcalf Anthony thing, Anthony case. Excuse me. Just 3 separate things, and Charleston White fits into that. So I'm just gonna go up here. They're kind of short, not really too long, and we'll just see how it goes. Then I got 2 more after this that are kind of serious, so it's off topics. So let me put this right here.
All right, guys, welcome to another episode.
That's why I say this. I find it absolutely disgusting that that some of the conversations within our people have turned into something negative, and it's not on the New Black Media side. It's on the Officer Tatum side of things. You know what I mean? I don't like it. And if I like this, I'm gonna go over this 3 together with you. So if I hear something stupid, I'm gonna either scroll past it or get off of it because I don't like it. And it's my whole goal is to signal boost something good, like him to get a retrial. Speaking of, I'm trying to find the news program that I saw today. That's like, how come he get a retrial and he can't get a retrial? You know what I mean? Like I said, my whole queue's just, I'm like playing Russian roulette, tiptoeing around fucking YouTube. You know what I mean? Got my nerves frazzled. So we're gonna play 3 videos. That's it. In regards to this. Yeah. You know what you think? I've never seen this podcaster before, so just kind of see. Hopefully not on the. It kind of looks like he probably will be though.
For the Fireman's and Mike, I'm your host Michael Beckford, and in today's episode, we're going to talk about the Metcalf family, a little bit of history behind the Metcalf family, a little bit that's going on. But first and foremost, I do want to say, man, thoughts and prayers to Austin Metcalf that lost his life roughly 1 year ago. And although I do not agree with the sentencing that happened with Carmelo, I also don't agree that this young man had to lose his life. The thing is, this situation should have never happened. Austin Metcalf should be walking, things of that nature. Now, the father. Okay, the father, Mr. Metcalf himself.
I'm already feeling like I'm not gonna like it. So listen.
Mr. Metcalf himself.
Give 2 more minutes. I'm out.
There's a lot to digest about this guy. You know,
not really.
At first he presented himself as this, you know, this alt-right Christian type of let's, you know, kind of forgive. I don't see color, you know, all that jazz. But recently, he's kind of been showing his true colors, which is one that's not really in favor of black people, you know, allegedly. And so, you know, you guys have seen the headlines. Father's called Carmelo.
And I can't do it. I tried. I could see it was heading into something stupid. I foresee the future.
That's disgusting to me to say that. I truly feel like you have to have so much hate in you to say something to a person to try to, and I'm so glad that you have somebody as strong as Sarah Fields and the things I've seen her post about and, you know, talk.
Oh my God, I can't do it. Okay, sorry, Billy. Let's go. Let's try one more. Can't do it. Can't fucking do it. Can't do it. You won't catch me bigging up no motherfucking salty for nothing, though. Not like that. Not in that case. So that would never happen. But I was just like,
I know all of you guys willing to. Y'all know me. Y'all know me.
Sure, they're good, all right?
Who's your deputy chief? Hansel?
I think so. What's your cell phone number?
I took the side of the police, right? I sided with the police, so the whole black.
I sided with the police.
I'm an undercover informant for the Fort Worth Police Department. I'm an undercover informant for the Fort Worth Police Department.
it's not like we didn't know, right? That was kind of happening. There's a lot of these motherfuckers roaming around the street.
Y'all, I believe Charleston White tricked me. I believe I was bamboozled because the YouTuber we're about to react to today, along with some clips that I have, I don't think nobody have explained it like this. From my research and what I have dug up, it brings everything into a different perspective. Now, y'all know I like to react to positivity and whoever is uplifting our people because we need it. And I'm going to be here to react to it no matter who the messenger is. That's just how I am. But Charleston White, I'm starting to not think that he's really not about that positivity that we've been reacting to in the past. Because what I found and what I see is something a lot of people haven't seen.
Because you tripping. Did you really think that he wasn't above that? I mean, he clearly says he's gonna do it every time he gets into some shit. He said he's like, you know, the make that phone call type individual. So did you really believe that he wouldn't have got himself into some situational shit to where he has took a little time off the top or whatever to keep outside fucking doing fuck shit and snitching and all that extra shit? Do you really think he was? Did you think he was really not above that? If you thought that, then you should slap yourself 3 times with a tray, because that shit is motherfucking stupid. I wouldn't. It just what he just said. I was like, now we confirmed it. That's exactly what I said. That shoulder shrugged. I was like, let's see.
Seen yet?
And not.
Check this out, y'all.
What did I tell y'all? What did I tell y'all?
You right.
You know, it's funny because I be so on point. I told y'all that man is not giving up no $75,000. He ain't even got $75,000. But he's sitting up there playing with Carmelo Anthony family like that. What did I tell y'all? Did I not just tell y'all yesterday in the video that he's full of it? The man is a government plant, and he's going to use every situation that he can to turn the situation upside down and go viral.
Right there. that wasn't the first time that I heard that. Y'all know when I get in my conspiracy bag and I get to think, I get to going through rabbit holes. Hassan Campbell says that he's a government plant. Now it had me searching.
Late, you're late, cuz.
Watch this, y'all.
You said you smoked some marijuana. I asked him next
Here, we're in Arlington, but we're in Bedford. You mean the Bedford? Is that how you remember me? Yeah.
How you know I know coffee?
Huh? Well, because I got my name on
Listen.
my
Listen. You got the it factor. You know that.
Look how he glazing the cops. And why is he naming so many cops? Why do he know all of these cops? He said, you know such and such. I know such and such. He said, oh yeah. He said, you got the it factor. You're going to be good on the force.
Oh my God.
It aligns with what Hassan Campbell was saying, y'all. I think I've been bamboozled, y'all.
Oh, stupid.
I think I might have been bamboozled, y'all.
All right.
From Bedford to Arlington, you got the it
Hey,
factor.
Charleston, would you go ahead and listen to this officer right here? He's got a couple things to say to you.
Hey, how's it going? Hey, what happened today?
I wanted people to feel.
He did say he was coming from Fort Worth. He lives in Arlington, sometimes Fort Worth, sometimes.
He looked at the new cop. You could tell that that's the new cop in training. You can hear it. He said, just listen to what that's how they do.
Okay, look, this is not no new news, Felly. No new news. This is a news we can use. This is no new news. This is Ben said. He said it out of his own motherfucking mouth, like many years back. So this is not no new news. But the excitement on this brother's face and all this brightness is like, he's like this is brand new information. So just note to self, everybody who's listening to me in the world of utter imagination, this is not no new news, and this is not news we can use. Okay, we already known that there's several motherfuckers like that, right? So it's not like it's not a big deal, it's not a new thing. Okay, the fact that he's just saying that, it's like, and he's like, oh my God, like this is brand new information. So we'll just be elated with him because he's fighting out for, like, you know, he's like, oh, whole boy was telling the truth. He won. Oh boy, old fair skinned, it wasn't no light skinned, it wasn't telling us anything. Fucking, we didn't know, right? He said it, but it's not like, you know, he's putting it in the context of the particular discussion of Carmelo. You see what I'm saying? So it's not even like it would have been different if he would have called it like fucking I don't know, 2 years ago. Then the excitement would be there. You got motherfuckers like me that are thoroughly engrossed in the culture and know better. You know what I mean? We know that we know what a grifter looks like. You know what I mean? We know what a motherfucking ambulance chaser looks like. We know what a clout chaser looks like. We know what a culture vulture is. You see what I'm saying? We know when somebody's just playing doing the worst shit, but playing with black people. And, you know what I mean? That's the worst shit. So, you know, he's one of them. We knew he was one of them. That's why we don't fuck with him like that. Like, you know, you just have to stay away from his ass. This is not no new news. But we'll be elated with Homeboy, okay? We'll be elated with Big Kid. We'll be elated with his ass because he's excited, so let's be excited with him. But just note to self, this is not news. And you really want to take it back a motherfucking million decades, like at least 5 years, 6 years of the fucking RVA. You clearly find out somewhere in the video archives I said it. You know what I'm saying? No new news. But let's be elated too. He's like, did you see what happened? What is that? Oh, so. Okay. Where did it go? 1 second, Belly. This is how motherfucker lost their cue the first time. Okay.
Here's a couple things I gotta say to you.
Hey, how's it going? Hey, what happened today?
Hey, Charleston, would you go ahead and listen to this officer right here? He's got a couple things to say to you.
Hey, what happened today?
want to read the film.
He did say he was coming from Fort Worth. He lives in Arlington, sometimes Fort Worth, sometimes.
He looked at the new cop. You could tell that that's the new cop in training. You can hear it. He said, just listen to what that's how they do. He looked at that.
He said, "Hold."
Yeah, you don't know him well enough to be touching him.
Hear me out.
Why is that cop, as soon as he said touch his belly, I want y'all to see the cop turn to the other cop on the side. Yo, I think I've been tricked, bro. I think Hassan Campbell might have been cooking with something, bro.
He said, "Hold."
Yeah,
Look at the cop. You see him?
Him well enough
You see him? You see him?
I know all of you guys well enough.
I know all of you guys well enough.
That's like drug rattling, cuz.
I know all of you guys well enough. And why is this the most replayed part? Other people are on to this. This is what this most replayed mean. That means other people are on to it as well. I know all of you well.
Hear me out. I know all of you guys well enough. Touch his belly. You guys know I don't pose no threat.
Yeah, but I wouldn't want you.
You guys know I don't pose. Y'all know me. Y'all know me. This is what I'm telling y'all. Hey, look, bro. I got tricked, bro. I got tricked with all.
I play devil's advocate. Drug conversations and weird discussions like that, where you be pulled over drunk, you look clearly fucked up. I don't know if that's like I don't know if you really want to like hold that against the motherfucker. You sitting on the curb making these weird ass little statements. It clearly looks fucked up. I'm just saying. Let's just be fair.
All that positive stuff. I'm trying to uplift the youth. All of that stuff, bro. It might, bro. It might have been a trick.
Touching my belly. I don't know you that well.
You're a woman, so I'm saying. Big fat guy like this here, he been like this since high school. He don't mind that. So all I'm saying is, take me to jail and let me poke up.
Are you intoxicated? You've been drinking? We'll do this. Let's stand up. Let's do some tests, okay? You're not gonna do no tests?
Take me to jail.
Okay. You're under arrest.
He said,
take me to jail. Take me to jail.
That sounds like to me. Take me where I need to be so I can get around some big wigs. Some people that really know me.
Maybe he's just
some people that really know me. Cause y'all don't know me like that. Y'all don't really know me like that.
Reading into it, cuz.
So they put Charleston White in cuffs. What y'all about to hear is gonna put everything together. This gonna put it all together. I want y'all to hear what Charleston White began to whisper to this guy. It's almost like Charleston is the chief. It's almost like he's the chief, and he's giving from the get-go. You're gonna be one of them guys. Yeah, you're gonna be one of them guys. This sounds like it, bruh. Look, if y'all don't see it, that's cool. Just catch me at the next video. Y'all know we constantly uploading. It's all good. Still love you. If for those who see it, look, just tap in.
I'll take care of you.
The biggest problem with us is most folks up.
The biggest problem with us, now he's getting into his tap dancing right now.
They blame you guys.
They blame you guys. See, our problem, this is our problem over here. We the ones with the problem. You guys, oh man, you so professional. Bruh. I went down the deep ass rabbit hole. I'm telling you.
That's it. Not personal.
You see all this tap dancing? Now, I believe later on, the big wigs are going to introduce the young, or they might keep him in the dark. Because that's what gets. Some of them know who he is, some of them don't. They got to keep him in the dark. They got to keep, you can't just come on the force and then you know all the little secrets and stuff like that. He don't know all the secrets yet. So he's saying you're doing a good job. I like what you're doing. You're doing right. But the other ones, y'all see the other ones back here? They know. That's our guy. Did he mention touch your belly? Oh, that's our guy. Okay, shh. Don't say nothing. That's how this go. I'm telling you. Y'all think I'm reaching? I'm telling you, bro. This is how this go.
And if you want to know, I've always been pretty skinny.
Say it again.
I've always been a really skinny guy, actually.
So the cop, he felt some type of offense when Charleston White said, yeah, you've been fat all your life, messing with him, right? He said, well, actually, I've been skinny. Charleston White began to say, man, cut that talk out.
I'm talking to you.
I'm not going to spit on you.
I'm talking.
Talk to me, brother. He said, talk to me, brother. He said, I guess the guy won't put down the cage. He said, talk to me. I ain't going to spit on you. Look, check this out.
To you.
I'm not going to spit on you.
I don't think you will.
I'm a nigga that's going to jail. That's important.
You'll be all right. You'll bond out in a little bit.
But what I want to know is, can you hear me?
I can hear.
He said, I'm a ninja going to jail. He said, that's okay. You about to bond out. He said, what I want to know is, could you hear me and can I hear you? Watch what he say, y'all.
Everything you're saying.
Because in the process of us going to jail, we're going to develop a bond.
In the process of me going to jail, in process of us driving to this jail, we're going to develop a bond. Stop playing, bro. Let's go back to Hassan Campbell, man. This is crazy, bro. This is wow.
Never. That boy got his back against the wall. That young boy went up under that tent and had four white boys ready to put him in a Boston Crab. They was ready to put him in a dope fiend, finger four leg lock.
All right, guys. We know you just look. We don't.
All that, every wrestling move you can think of.
All that.
But scratch that. It is what it is.
All right, let's just stick to the facts.
He stood his ground.
Without any peripherals. Like
you mean to tell me they got a law to detain, or are we here?
He got me. He got me, y'all.
That he fights for the children.
Oh. Oh. Well, watch that, and they play on that. And this is how he got me. He got me, y'all.
You get me, guys. I don't know why you like
that. He fights for the children, and he's on the front line. But while the world is watching, and they looking for that bank account,
several instances.
Oh, because the window of opportunity, money is becoming harder and harder to get, and that window of opportunity is closing. And he sees that. You think that he gonna take his last little bit? If Charleston White put up $75,000, how much you think he gonna have left in his bank account? Don't believe the hype. Don't believe the hype. Remember that song? Stop believing. Like, yo, the devil is a liar. And they say the devil has one eye. So
Oh, the devil has one eye.
Ellen in life think he's funny.
Damn.
Hypocritical people think he's funny. That boy is in jail with the Aryan Brotherhood. That boy is in jail. Word on the street is the uncle of that jail is the warden. Carmelo Anthony life is about to be turned upside down. And Charleston White is sitting up there playing with the father. So you damn. Charleston White, he didn't already know that the mother and the father took GoFundMe money and went and bought a house, $600,000 allegedly, and got a Range Rover sitting in front of the house. They used that boy legal defense.
It's alleged, and if you listen,
his legal defense to go buy a house. That's why his son is sitting in there without a lawyer. So we've been on that page.
So is that true? I got to do? I haven't done my due diligence on that. So did Carmelo Anthony's parents take the lawyer money and splurged with it? Is that a fact? I got to go do my due diligence on that. But hold on, y'all. We got more.
WEATHER. One word.
And that's none of our.
Yeah, no, that what's the zip code? 76120. That way, me and you can have a.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, without my nerve being already worried about my.
No worries, man. And I would understand too, because I got kids and I want to make sure they're good. All right.
Who's your deputy chief?
I think so. What's your cell phone number?
255.
He asked him, who is his deputy chief? Charleston White knew who he was, and he suggested it. The guy said, oh, I think so. Why did he sit back like that? Like you supposed to know who it is. I'm disappointed in you. Listen.
I think so. What's your cell phone number?
You don't know. 936 255 5102. How long you been on the force, man?
About 11 years. Give me 1 second. I'll check on your son, right?
And you don't know half of the deputy chief?
And I don't keep track of the brass. You know what I mean? I'm a little guy. I'm down here. I'm a little guy down at the bottom.
He said, you good. I like you. You going to be doing good. Bruh, it's so many examples of this. This puts everything into perspective as to why everybody is calling Charleston White a government agent. And Hassan Campbell ain't the only one.
Acting like this.
Watch this.
Gotcha. Lee Merritt and I took the side of the police, right? I sided with the police. So the whole black.
I sided with the police.
Well,
I'm siding with the police.
You said it, man.
Do y'all know what he's saying? What he's saying is, if I'm on the police side, and if these people tell me to stop helping out Carmelo Anthony,
check this out. I don't think that you're a reliable source to be giving us like credible just dialogue like that. I'll say that for a whole bunch of reasons. The fact that he's like, oh my God, that right there shows it. That right there shows the level of I don't know how to say it. Tomfoolery, right? it's too much. Like, and you're analyzing this particular shit, but when you get to the part,
I'm going to do that. If I need to side with Austin Metcalf's dad, because the higher ups told me to do so, I'm going to do that. The people of Texas already knew about this. Watch this.
That community turned against me. Every black pastor, everybody turned against me, right? I stood up against all the pastors.
I don't know why they
all
did
the
it
top
now.
brass was there, and basically told me, man, y'all don't do nothing in the community. And so I basically sided with the police. That was my death sentence in the black community there, right?
Really?
So publicly, Lee Merritt and Corey Hughes went to Facebook and said that I did a backroom meeting with Jackie Craig, her representative Rod Smith. It was with Dr. Pope, with Chief Joel Fitzgerald.
Okay.
Because of that meeting, everything went south afterwards, right? They went to social media, said that they have a file that I'm an undercover informant for the Fort Worth Police Department.
Wait, his father there. He just simply didn't he just get pulled over for being like reckless driving or some crazy stupid shit? You either just volunteering motherfucking stupid ass information that ain't nobody asked you about. You know them people them folk did not ask him anything like that. He just ran it off the mouth, just voluntary shit, not knowing that somebody's, you know what I mean? The fucking police department leaked that shit. Like, seriously? Are you serious? Like, come on now. Be fucking serious. Right? And this was sitting in the car. Heads up. This is another 48 hours. This is just one motherfucking dumbass fucking clout chasing fucking must be recognized, must be, you know what I mean? Has to be, affirmed. This is volunteering information. Like, this is voluntary shit. Did anybody ask him anything like that? No, not a motherfucking question in regards to the case that he's not even really a part of. Unless, fucking with the family is a part of that. He's after the fact. You see what I'm saying?
Mr. Charleston White, you're not tricking me no more, bro. You're not tricking me no more. You're not tricking me no more.
As bright as he is, I can see how he got tricked. That's not a little thing.
Me no more. This was it, y'all. This is it. Now, When you have people that's powerful enough to know where you live, to know where your children go to school, to know your whereabouts every second,
the family,
it's not too
like,
far-fetched that they could have came to Charleston White and said, look, you're doing too much. Do you want to stay in your comedy career? Do you want to stay in your little social media thing you got going on? If you don't stop this, we will. And we're going to prove to you that we will. I
don't think so. I think that's his propaganda is like whenever he got caught, pulled over and shit, he decided to run his motherfucking trap and say all kinds of other extra shit, but he didn't say anything fucking relevant. There was a whole motherfucking buildup of nothing. Like, you know what I mean? It's just, like I said, shit we already know that he's saying. You know, whatever. It's not shit that we can learn. Not shit that we know, you know what I mean? All right, family. I'm glad we got that out of my system. Do better, guys. Do better. The thing with hold on, let me go check the comments. I'm sorry, I'm toggling over here. Thing with him is that exactly. I see the face. I see the face. What did I say? Twin. Yes, you see this motherfucker, like, you see just outright just volunteering information nobody asked for, and this dude over here is so bright. Of course, he pulled the wool over my eyes. He didn't, man. We've been on it. We know, I've covered it. That before he was a grifter. The motherfucker just, you know what I mean? It's whatever. So whatever they're talking about, the two podcasters, I was like over it. I just think that he get pulled over for fucking what? It's obviously some stupid like DUI type of thing. Cause they had him sitting there, they're talking to him and shit, and he's just volunteering information like that was gonna get him out of trouble. I can't say it because that's not my pedigree. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. And they're just letting him do it. And then they leaked it. It came from there. They leaked it. So you can see how much they don't really give a fuck about him. He thinks that he's still on that. I don't want to, no wiper. Woo. I bet you he's still bootlicking. You know what I mean? He's like, oh yeah, what could he have possibly done except driving? He looked fucked up. Like they pulled him over. Like he looked like he was a little inebriated. He can't be on code because he can't be on code. He can't be on code. He already showed his ass, so he can't be on code. But can everybody be can they cancel him now? Can we cancel him and like the other culture vultures and motherfucking detriment to our people? Can we cancel them now? Who do I got to put that into? Like, who do I got to put that into? You know, as far as what FBA member I got to put that into so we get that crack? Because they like no more. Like that's and you're doing fuckery. You got confusion going on to fill your pockets. You're doing too much. Like, and nobody even asked him for any of that. Like, no, there's no questions or nothing. This podcast is all like, yeah, he's like surprised, all elated. So I said, let's be here. Elated, exactly. He's like, he's all elated, so let's be elated with him. Like, but I'm sitting there like, dude, duck. Like, this is stupid. I don't know why. You know, this is no new information and not information we can use. You see what I'm saying? All right, family. The next two, which is our last two for a little bit, unless I find something else to talk about, tiptoeing around YouTube, because they love to take your girl down. Are kind of serious. Okay, I'm gonna play the shortest one first, and it's about it's a reality. Like, it's people like there's black people like ourselves that have these moments, right? So it's really serious. The topic says, it's from the Humanist Report. It says late stage capitalism is sucking the life out of young Americans. And the only reason I watched some of this, what they were showing was mostly, I'll show that I would say, yeah, they added a couple of different races or whatever, But for the majority of it, I was more focused on the black on the FBA folk, the black folk, on what they're talking about, because it seemed that's what I saw more of. Even though it was probably a healthy base, I didn't really wasn't in my mind. I saw more black people, and being black first, I could relate, and how the way the mental health system has been. I want to say this, that not everybody, like, I can't see motherfuckers all Gen X's is nothing but fucking crazies, and Gen Alphas or millennials. I mean, some of them after the millennial stage, I mean, just fucked in the head. You know what I mean? Like, but that's on their parents. It's like too much social media. Not enough book reading and pencil writing. You know what I mean? It's really disturbing to me. However, I don't, it just keeps getting worse as the years go by. But you can't tell me that everybody's like at this stage until I've seen it for myself. Because I have other friends that I dialogue with, and I even have conversations like this. I'm like, man, well, what's the point? Or like, where's the end game? What's the goal? Like, do you know what I mean? These conversations. So, I think you'll find this enlightening for the most part. There's definitely no laughing matter. That's what I would say.
Have any other millennials in their 30s just woken up one day and realized that this was not the life that they were meant to live?
I don't have my will to live anymore.
Being alive is expensive, and I feel like I'm finding myself questioning often, what is the point of being alive if I can't afford to live?
And what if I said that my soul is tired and I no longer want to participate?
I feel broken. Like, I feel like I've lost all motivation to live.
I'm gonna keep it 100 because I suffer from these little moments because I'm gonna go ahead and throw it out there because I'm an Aries. I fight and defend myself. Damn, they're all like, oh, goddamn day. Amongst defending other people or fighting battles, you know what I mean? That's all I do is fight or argue all motherfucking day long from the time I wake up till the fucking time I go to sleep. And I'm doing it either in person, physically, online, or fucking on the phone, or with work. I'm working. I'm arguing with whatever I'm typing with. You see what I'm saying? Casual marital bickering, just on general principle, just because out of nowhere, you know what I mean? And I bicker with my brother, whatever. You still say sometimes I argue with the dog just because I feel like it. But these are the questions, like this. Sometimes these little feelings come out of fucking nowhere, and they last, and then they want to say that you're depressed. But it's not depression, because look at all the people. When I said look at all that, I was focused on all black people, because isn't that what you just seen? More black people than anything else.
And to try to achieve things, because I really don't feel like it matters. And I feel like all of this is a filthy scheme and trick.
I feel lonely as fuck because all I have the energy to do is go to work and go home and go to bed.
I've only been alive for less than 3 decades, and I've already lost almost all will to live and passion and drive.
I want to know what the light at the end of the tunnel is, other than maybe a measly 7 days of PTO.
I don't blame American young workers quiet quitting, because what are we even working for? We can't afford families. Are we just working to bomb Middle East?
That's a true statement. Like, I had a friend that was able to take off, just quit working altogether. You hear me? And just be able to go ahead and do whatever she and her family wanted to do, right? She worked her whole fucking life. And she managed to, be able to save. And, she managed to take care of everything, everybody's issues, her family's, husbands, her mothers, fathers. And she really, she felt like she deserved a fucking break. So she took some time off. And in the midst of taking time off, I think we had I don't want to say it was COVID's fault. I want to say something else happened where she was forced to jump back into the working market. So it was family, it was a familiar matter. That's right. It's a familiar matter, and she needed extra support. Because her parents, right? You're dealing with parents Black people with Alzheimer's, you know, and God, I can't even think of the word right now. Dementia, right, is a lot different than white folks with Alzheimer's and dementia, right? Especially when they come from like a really large family. So that was kind of tough, and she was balancing that with two of her other older siblings, right? And trying to make it work financially and take care of putting them, you know, into like a residential care facility was like the last fucking resort. Like, you know, she stuck it out for a long time. She had, like, at the end, she had really no choice. You know, luckily, so, you know, all this has happened. She ended up going through her whole, like, all her nest egg, right, that she saved up for. So ended up trying to go back to work, and in the last little year, it's when all these federal firings were happening, right? It's just really, 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 really fucked up. And so these kind of moments were coming across, and I was already going through my own shit because, like I said, I'm pretty fucking secretive. You already see what I'm talking shit about what somebody else is doing, right? Dry snitching and shit. I'm pretty fucking secretive. And I don't really necessarily, I don't volunteer information. I don't do things like that unless I feel like it's for that moment. I might tell something about myself or, you know, previous life or whatever. But not really, just, you got to ask the right questions, I guess. And I got to be in that mood. But for the most part, I'm pretty fucking secretive and quiet. Okay. So, I found myself asking these same questions because my brother, he wanted to do the same thing my friend did. And he had worked his whole motherfucking life since the time you can get a fucking, work permit, right? Here in Colorado, you can get one at 15. You get a little work permit with your, you know, signature or whatever. I had a work permit too. You know, from that time, and maybe even before then, you know, he's always had a fucking job, right? And as much as he hated, or his, you know, his father, like, down there made him have it. So he never had no free time. He never had like a break. And even now, it's like there's always this a college job, workplace terrorism. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't have no breaks or nothing. It's like just constantly being read by a boss. You see what I'm saying? And he was talking about just being able to save up, you know, and just stop working altogether. And I was like, man, the moment you want to do it, then something terrible fucking happens. And we're stuck in this administration. Or, you see what I'm saying? Taxes are way too high. There's always some fucked up shit happening. So you can't really do that anymore. And then you start to see the wear and tear on a person's face from working in a shitty ass job that they don't really like anymore. They're good at it, but not that good at it apparently, because you got some motherfucker riding your helmet everywhere. You know, I think he's great at it. You know what I mean? But that's just me, and that's not because he's my brother. It's just because I can hear him. He's good. He's quick. So that's the way I want to handle business. You know, but you can see that it's almost like a never-ending fucking trap. Like, there's no way out. And you don't have time to look for another motherfucking job because this job got you pretty much doing 5 days a week. They're fucking spying on you, like monitoring you, telling you where you went wrong. Don't fucking slip up. You know what I mean? It's like, and then when you do, they take away every motherfucking point of vacation you've occurred. So you don't get to go do anything. Like, you don't get to socialize with your friends as much as you would like to. You don't get to go out and do things like they're doing because you got to save every motherfucking penny. You know what I mean? And then you gotta, it's like there's no reward at the end of it. It's just constant fucking nonsense, and it's repetitive. Even now, my friend going back to work, she's like, ugh. And I'm like, I'm kind of in the situation where, like, I have all these talents, I could do all this stuff. Anything I touch, I can make happen, but I'm not motivated anymore, like these people. And I was like, I know I'm not the only one who feels like this. Like, you know what I mean? I like will intentionally want to sleep throughout the days because every day is like I don't want to fight no more and argue, and I don't want, and nobody can see my point sometimes. Until like it's 6 months later, and I'm like, see, that's what I said. You know what I mean? And like it's like I'm stuck in a stagnant place. I want everybody else to be there with me, but it can't move like that. That's the way life works, and it puts all this fucking hindrance on. It's like you know what I mean? Like you're living a shell. You're inside of a shell. See what I mean? And there's no bettering the shell, because the only thing now that's happening is motherfucking super surveillance, motherfucking AI. You're being pushed out by all kinds of facets, either with migrants, the fucking local politics, or fucking AI, AI slop on the fucking internet. You don't know what's real, what isn't. You know what I mean? Newspapers aren't selling anything. You definitely shouldn't fly. You see what I'm saying? Then, like, I can dig it. And they're doing it like, quiet quitting, which I think is kind of like interesting, or just doing the bare minimal work, because COVID fucked everything up, made everybody work at home. So people thought it was a good idea, other people probably not. You know what I mean? But the work at home thing is just another level of like outsourcing, just like they outsource to the prisons. You see what I'm saying? It's like I don't even know what to say. All I know is that at the end of this administration, you're gonna need 6 more motherfucking years to either pull everybody out of the crap that we were in, and go back to fixing it, or fix it if it can even be fixed. See what I'm saying? But I know that, like, if you follow it, you're owed money, right? Aside from reparations, Doge owes us money off top. You see what I'm saying? Is in the lack thereof. It almost doesn't make any sense. You see what I'm saying? You got so much shit to work against the actual person. I don't see how anybody can make it just day to day.
Better pay for Elon Musk's child support. Make Jeff Bezos' wife's face slightly more frozen.
You just heard from several young Americans who are open about the fact that late-stage capitalism has completely stripped them of their will to live. And I just find it so sad that you can even sense how all of the energy and life force has...
It's really sad for me, and it should be sad for anybody that's Black, American Black, okay? Because they're just barely reaching 30s. I'm feeling like this. I'm already 46, but I don't feel like I'm 46. My brother just turned 44, and he's feeling every inch of that. You know what I mean? Because it's so. I feel like he needed like a whole new boss and a whole change of rules, man, a little leniency, and give him all his motherfucking credits back. Like, I feel like the way they punish him is just just unreal. But that's those are the rules. You know what I mean? If I've learned anything over the last 5 years, is that the rules are the rules. Don't ask why, just follow the rules. Just do the rules. And no matter how much you hate it, you know what I mean? I myself never had a real job like that. It didn't work like that for me. I'm like, I made more money being nefarious than I ever did square, you know what I mean? I struggled at it. Where my brother he was conditioned by force to get a job, to work a regular job, to do all these things, and nobody asked him what he wanted. You know what I'm saying? Just immediate school to work. And then nobody ever asked him if that's even the line of work he ever wanted to do. She said, "Here, go out there and do that, and then we're gonna, take your money for your rent and all this extra shit." Even as a youngin, before he had left, nobody ever asked him, so he's been stuck like that. I don't say he's stuck. I'm just saying that I could see the detriment. I mean, shit, he's been there like a long motherfucker. Anytime you put in past 5 years or more into a job, and the rules keep changing due to suit whatever, and you're always on the verge of either getting fired or being sent home or told to clock out or such crazy stupid shit because you it's exhausting reading the motherfucking computer all that damn day. You know there's a shit. You know that some of the practices aren't even right. But and I look at when I see Black people talking like this, it really bothers me. Because this is our, like, 30, maybe 32, 34. This is how you feel. And they've been feeling like this. Like, this isn't a new thing. You could tell they've been just going through the motions. College, you got to deal with racism and all that extra shit. And then, a job you don't like. Then if you had, children you got to take care of, you just stay broke. You know what I mean? And that's not what first of all, the American dream was never for us, but that's not what not what we saw other people have. See what I'm saying?
It's been sucked out of them because slaving away for a corporation has basically become the totality of their existence, and it's very clearly taking a toll on them. There's no time for friends or hobbies, and when you finally do have days off, you're too tired to do anything because you've been working so hard, and even though you spend most of your waking days working, you're still only barely able to just get by if you're lucky. It's a rough life to live. And after a certain amount of time, human beings begin to break down under this ruthless, monotonous system because we're not supposed to be living like this. We're more.
Cuz crying, right? You can tell he was crying. He was actually feel so compelled. He's so compelled to say that. And that's the reality. Like, I be talking shit. I was like, first I think I was trying to be funny, but then I was actually shit talking. It's like that motherfucker, like they just like you're enslaved over there. You know what I mean? And I think about, how they outsourced a lot of the cold calling and all this extra shit to the prisoners in each prison. And you think you're calling somewhere else, but you're really just calling right down south, down yonder over there with the fucking prison. They're just, you know what I mean? Or they're calling you. They're not getting paid for shit. Like, minimum wage in Colorado is not that fucking great. You know what I mean? It's not that great. And for people that have put serious sweat equity into their job, it's like a slap in the motherfucking face. And then you get threatened that you can lose all your your 401k and your benefits and whatever else because you got some greedy fucking fuck faces up in the administration that are going to say this and that and strip you of whatever, or like that SpaceX thing or whatever that is that just happened this week, taking from your retirement and your parents' retirement, siphoning off the top and just letting, and nobody's saying nothing, just letting it ride. They're just letting it ride. Like, that's fucking theft. Like, you know what I mean? There's a lot of motherfuckers that work their whole fucking lives in ugly ass jobs, and their shit is getting siphoned. It's gonna be siphoned off the top, and no one's saying a fucking thing about it except, motherfuckers like, I'm like, that looks like theft to me. Like, fuck that. No, you know what I mean? You go rich fucking welfare queen, like, like this is fucked up shit. So can you imagine? I can see why they feel like that.
Than just cogs in a machine. But when we're treated as nothing more than a means to an end for rich people, only to be discarded when our usefulness is up, it really starts to get to you. Some people internalize it and they question whether or not something's wrong with them, or if they're doing something wrong, or if they're responsible for their own suffering. Others, they know that it's not their fault, but they still feel hopeless because what can they do about it? Now, the thing that's so sad about the people that we heard from in particular is that they're all so young. I mean, this is not something I would wish on anyone, regardless of their age, but they're so young, they're in the primes of their lives, and they should be enjoying their lives. But they can't, because the system that was forced on them before they were born requires them to be as productive as possible at all times so they can survive, even though they're never, ever going to see the fruits of their labor. And there's a difference between working to live and living to work. And it's gotten to the point where people really are just living to work. And if their bodies end up breaking down at some point from all of this work that they're doing, it's easier for corporations to just replace them with different low-wage workers, which is why they don't bother to invest in their employees' health and offer them health insurance, because corporations realize that turnover is actually better for them, because fostering loyalty with long-term employees is actually less cost efficient. Employees with seniority, they're eventually going to expect to climb the corporate ladder and ask for a raise if they've been with the company for long enough, whereas new workers, they're just going to be happy to have a job at all after they've been searching for months. So when you have a system that treats human beings like they're disposable, it's no wonder why so many people feel completely hopeless. And I want to play some extended portions of those videos that you saw, of some of them at least. And even though they're heartbreaking, I think that these stories are important, because it's important to keep in mind these are no longer exceptions. These stories are the norm.
I go to 2 out of my 3 jobs today. Not today, but this weekend. I work overnight today, and then tomorrow morning I'll come home, get a couple hours of sleep. I'll go to one of my jobs, and then once I clock out of that job, I'll be going straight to another overnight shift. And like, I hardly want to go because it's like so clear that like I can't even obviously like cover my fucking necessities. And I just,
the annoying part is that I did everything right. I did everything I was supposed to do. I studied in high school. I got good grades. I had a decent ACT. I filled out the little FAFSA form so I could go to a good college.
Look, that's crazy, man. When a sister cannot get the things she needs, the necessities she needs, because, you know, contrary to popular belief, I love that the Karens of the motherfucking world think that we don't need or have needs for, have needs. The other side from, them talking shit about fucking our hair and our lotions and shit. You know what I mean? Like, aside from that, no, we have a lot of fucking needs that need to be, need to be taken care of. Shit's not easy, okay? But they like to think, oh, just no, bitch, it's for you. That's not the two situations are not the same. Black women need things. They should have things. The things that they need, and not have to fucking struggle. For real. Like, you see how she was? She's like, I can't even get my necessities. Like, that right there should upset us. You know what I mean? That right there should upset us. Same thing with a man. You need things too. You know what I mean? Same thing with our children. They need things, and everybody's like, oh, bitch, it's not. Just take a shower. Let's go. No, bitch, no, it don't work like that. It doesn't. It's not. That's not. It's. I can't. See me stuttering? I can't even fathom. Like, you'll never get it. They'll never get it. They'll never understand. You see what I'm saying?
I went to a good college. When I got into that good college, I got a degree, a useful degree that I knew would benefit me in the long run. I got a degree in business, finance specifically. Businesses are always needing that. Can't go wrong with that. Well, now it's 2026, and I met with a job market that even if there are openings, they're probably not legitimate. They're ghost postings. And if you do want to apply to it, guess what? Everybody and their brother also applied to it. So you better make sure you have an ATS optimized resume. You know the CEO's brother. You've done a handshake with the Crossroads demons, and you pray to Almighty God you can even get a call back or so much as a rejection email, because half the time you don't even get that. Then let's say that you're lucky enough to actually get that job. Well, the odds of you actually being able to keep that job, not very likely, because companies are inevitably going to lay you off because they're going to realize that AI can take your job, or they're going to send your position overseas and pay them about 1/3 of what they have to pay you. What they do pay you is absolute peanuts for the degree and experience that you have. Afford houses, we can't afford gas to put in our car. Inflation is ever rising. Interest rates are rising. We have an administration that doesn't give a fuck about us. The American dream is fucking dead. There is no light at the end of the tunnel. There is no amount of hard work that is going to reverse what the last 10 years of this fucking economy has done. I am a hard worker. I'm one of the hardest workers you will ever meet. I will work my absolute dick into the dirt. I have a full-time corporate job. I do pet sitting on the side, and I also have my own business where I do photography, videography, and media. Guess what? It's still not enough. It's never going to fucking be enough. I'm just so sick. I'm so burnt out, and I don't know what the long-term solution is, because the thought of having to do this for the next 40 years.
Watching the way that like our world leaders and the economy and generational wealth being hoarded by the top 10%. Like, what if I say that I don't want to take part in a system that is ultimately not like for humanity?
So devastating stories all around,
that
yet
doesn't
relatable
really
because we've
matter. That's
all
like
been in
a
that position or are still in that position. And it just sucks. You feel like there's nothing you can do. You feel like you're trapped. And I think that that last comment is a thought that we've all had. Like, what if we just quit, even though we know that we can? Because this capitalist system was imposed on us without our consent. And the problem is that there's no way to check out of this system if we actually want to survive. So we're locked in and we're forced to swim as hard and as fast as we can if we don't want to drown. And even if you do what you're supposed to do, you know, you go to college, you get good grades in school so you can get scholarships, you try to find work that is tailored to your degree. Even if you don't have a degree, but you went for a trade or you're just a good worker, it doesn't matter. Nobody is going to come to into the system without getting chewed up and spit back out. And even though as individuals we have to subject ourselves to perpetual exploitation basically to survive, having this system is indeed a choice. And I think that that is an important thing to say. The powers that be have decided that pure unadulterated capitalism, where you put profits above people, is necessary in order to produce endless wealth for oligarchs. It is their choice to create a system and perpetuate a system that functions this way. And the reason why they're prioritizing the wants of the few over the needs of the many is because democracy, much like everything else these days, has become another commodified venture for rich people. And think about why that is. Why nothing seems to change in this stage in our system. Our system, from the start, it incentivized greed and endless growth. Corporations, they don't just slow down once they become mega corporations and gobble up all of the competition. They then have to find different ways to increase profits year after year after they've already become monopolies. You know, so what do? They might start to cut labor and benefits for employees. They begin to get into politics, to lobby politicians for tax cuts and to slash regulation so that way they can cut corners to save even more money and increase profits. But in order to influence politicians to make these changes, they have to make sure that they grease the wheels of the system itself and take over democracy by basically drowning out everyone else's voices so that way they get what they want and we don't. But before you know it, after this takes place for so long with Citizens United, starting with Buckley v. Vallejo, you know, elections and democracy, they're no longer elections. They're no longer what we'd think of as democracy. They're just nothing more than profitable ventures, just like everything else. Investing in politicians might actually yield higher returns for oligarchs than the stock market. And before you know it, what was once a democracy is nothing more than a glorified competition between oligarchs to see which puppets are going to get elected. I mean, look at this study. It shows why politicians aren't even doing the bare minimum to alleviate our suffering. This was published in 2014 by Princeton, and doctors Gillens and Page found that regular Americans have a statistically insignificant impact on policy outcomes, whereas economic elites and special interests, they get the policies that they want enacted into law. And the reason why this is the case is because politicians no longer need to serve us to get elected, because we're no longer their core constituents. Oligarchs are. Your $5 donation pales in comparison to the $1 million check that a billionaire cut for your senator's super PAC. We've allowed unlimited sums of money into politics, and democracy no longer is a game for the working man. It's a game for elites, you know? And quite frankly, politicians need oligarchs more than they need us, which is why they don't give a fuck about our suffering. Why they don't listen to our demands and even protests anymore. Not that that really made that big of a difference anyway, but like they very clearly don't give a fuck about what we want. They don't care about our suffering. But I mean, this is the end result of all capitalist systems. It's not a fluke. And sure, I mean, you can theoretically enact laws and, you know, try to insulate our political system from this kind of corruption to this degree. But at some point in time, the capitalist vultures are going to attack democratic institutions like a virus and eat away at those protections until there's nothing left, because a system built on greed is fundamentally incapable of serving all of society. And it's gotten so bad that politicians don't even throw us crumbs any longer just to keep us satisfied, to stop us from, you know, rising up with the pitchforks, because they're just no longer interested in convincing us that we're anything more than just cogs in the machine. Trump virtually admitted this recently when he said that we can't have nice things because we have to use the money that we could be using for nice things to kill people.
But it's not possible for us to take care of daycare Medicaid, Medicare, all these individual things, they can do it on a state basis. You can't do it on a federal. We have to take care of one thing, military protection. We have to guard the country.
That clip is a month old, and I still can't get over it. He's saying the quiet part loud. He's admitting we're not invested in taking care of our own people because that's not what the purpose of government is these days. The purpose of our government is to enrich defense contractors and give multi-billion-dollar companies subsidies so they can make money off of public services once provided to people by the government. Right. Why have NASA when we have SpaceX and Blue Origin or whatever Jeff Bezos' space shit is? I mean, the entire purpose of government these days is to make sure that businesses can make as much money as possible, even if it's to the detriment of everybody else. And it's especially crucial for them to make as much money now while they still can, because I think they all know that we are indeed in the final stages of capitalism, and it is indeed on the verge of collapse, because they've bled people so dry that there's really nothing left for them to take from us. It's like getting blood from tulips at this point. They've taken so much from people that people can't even buy the things that capitalists want them to buy, the things that keep society going, not even the necessities. Wealth is so concentrated in so few hands that the entire fucking system is starting to eat itself. And that's what we're watching unfold right now in real time. But the good news is that young people are very much aware of why things are so bad. Sure, some people blame themselves because they've internalized the propaganda that's been fed to them since they were children. Some people blame immigrants and trans people. But for the most part, I think that most people these days see the system for what it is.
I think that's what pisses me off the most about like the political state of America is that I want them to just straight up say like, hey, we're evil. Like, hey, the reason why everything's so expensive is because we don't want y'all to be able to afford to stay alive. Like we're even increasing the price of sustenance, like food and shelter, because we don't want y'all to stay alive. We've literally made it illegal to be homeless because we want y'all to kill yourselves. We don't want y'all to stay alive. Please die. Please stop asking us to make everything affordable. We want y'all to starve to death. I want them to just say that, because this game of like bootstraps, fucking lazy, entitled Gen Z, or the way older generations refuse to take any accountability for the life that Gen Z now has to live, and will instead jump through hoops to gaslight millennials and Gen Z into being like, actually, you all have it way easier than we did. So we have no idea what y'all are complaining about. When I was your age, I paid off my house and my car just being the milkman. Y'all just refused to go get jobs. Oh, jobs don't pay a livable.
We live in a society where you quite literally have to pay.
That's cap. Look, I'm Generation X. Like that's the Generation X, right? They're different from the millennials. I'm the 80. I'm on the cusp 80, right? The end of 80. April 1st, 80. Okay. Goddamn right. These space age infants have had it way too motherfucking easy. We'll just start with politics in itself. They get to ride around this motherfucking not doing arithmetic and math. They're on social media. The followers, they follow whatever's on the media, thus having this being easily influenced by certain agendas, whether they are on that whether they're feeling like that when they're babies or young, to be on the LGBTQIA agenda, or if they're just following a motherfucking trend, right? It's an agenda that's been pushed on and pushed on and pushed on. And then you got the people that it's not right to spank your child. You got to talk to them. And then they don't want to talk to you. And they want to, they want to put up a fucking brick wall of faith, to not, like, you'll never understand. Like, we've been there. You know what I mean? We've been there. It's time. We've been there. People just don't get it. They don't get it. You know what I mean? But I'm not Generation X. I'm not a boomer. Okay, so I know what it's like to be outside knocking on motherfucker's door I want to talk to, right? Or go get it how I live. You know what I mean? Like, seriously, go get it how I live, because I have to. Because I need to survive. My survival is paramount to me. You see what I'm saying? And can't take no losses. No shirts, no trades, no losses. Like, motherfuckers just about the business. You know what I mean? The ball dropped, I picked it up and ran with it. So you know what I mean? Picked it up, saved everybody, and fucking and still manage to shit on my own goddamn life at the same time because I'm too worried about other people. Yeah, no. These youngins had got it way twisted. They didn't want to go out to get a job. They barely want to fucking learn how to write their name. Everything's so easy. You know what I mean? I knew it was a bad sign when I had my child. My daughter was like, "Can I get an iPod?" I was like, "I don't have one. You can't have one." First of all, I just thought that was too much technology for my little brain to fathom. You know what I mean? I was already working on a cell phone and a pager. That's enough. You know? Maybe if I wanted it, right? But she's like, "Can I have this? Can I have that?" If I don't have it, you don't get it. What the fuck you think you're special? You gotta go out and earn it, like I was told. You know what I mean? Go out and earn it. We have the conveniences of motherfucking parents trying to give us loot. Everything's a fucking argument. You see what I'm saying? And they're able to walk around talking about, I feel like an animal wearing little cosplay shit. You know, I feel like I don't want to be a boy no more. I'd rather be a girl. Okay, all these concessions are made, awkward and weird, but these concessions have been made. You see what I'm saying? I want to go the full distance and take off this and replace it with that. Concessions have been made. You see what I'm saying? But these are not things that would have normally happened. Like, look, if that was such a thing, Gen X would have caught the memo. This wouldn't have took all the way to the 2000s for that specific agenda to be so prominent, right? I come from a family, right, that there's more than one homosexual individual in the family, okay? Immediate family. So if there's any indication of pushing a fucking agenda on somebody, there's plenty of time for it, okay? Whether I was in and out the system or not. Here, it could have been done for like longer, but that's not the case. It didn't come till like the 2000s, where now it's like a push, like let's say 2000 after 2015, it started becoming a real press, real push on people. Hold on, let me light this drink. Right? So if it was such a thing, they'd have pushed it on us in the 80s, or back in the late 90s. That'd have been on, hey man. I've never been a follower, so I can't really express that. But you have to think about it? Yeah, I ain't never been no motherfucking followers. You can't even express that. But I would say it's not. It said this generation is a bit soft, emo-ish. You can't talk to them. You know what I mean? They don't, there's no reading, writing, and arithmetic. Everybody's illiterate. Everybody, okay? Not just the students. Let's see, destroyed. Or spliff, just like to call it. So I'm just saying though, all this stuff is pushed on him. It's the way that young man was describing it. He's acting like we didn't experience nothing. My generation actually had to go out and get things. Okay, like for example, work permit. I didn't even want to. I think it was thrown at me through school. I don't even think I wanted to work a regular job. They said I had to. I got a work permit to sell carpet. Wasn't even supposed to sell carpet. I was just supposed to be the desk girl. You know what I mean? I just went above and beyond the call of duty because nobody was in the office. You know what I mean? And I saw it being done. Why can't I do it? I wasn't old enough. I was just barely 15. See what I'm saying? You worked at had a little fast food joints to stay long enough for a first check to be like, hell nah. I made more selling weed. You know what I mean? That was the reality. That's a real statement. I said that. And I straight left that. Because as you see your government name and 2 weeks worth of work and you're only getting like $118. You know what I'm saying? And getting goddamn well, you ditch school to make fucking $118 on an actual Wednesday. You see what I'm saying? It's all yours. Like, not all yours, maybe good 80% of it. You know? You'd see things the way I saw them. But I really didn't have a chance like that. Some people would just went straight off into work. But that young man is talking about, he's acting like we did shit and we just led them down the wrong path. No, sir. Not over here anyway. I like how they like to forget that we say that about boomers. You know what I mean? I constantly ask my brother this one random question. Do you think they had a plan for us? Like, do you think they wanted to have a plan for us? And we were just like, I just know I was outside. Like, I was outside. I was bad. I was outside. You know what I mean? And I went through the consequences of that. But some people didn't do that. Some people actually went to school and had to work after school, like, i.e., my baby brother. You see what I'm saying? He didn't have a choice. He didn't have a fucking choice. If he had a choice, he wouldn't have wanted to do none of that. See what I'm saying? He would have found a different avenue. But I don't even think he was allowed to explore anything creative wise. You know what I mean? Because it's just forced on him to go to motherfucking work, and in our house they'll get robbed of every single cent you make as soon as you walk into the goddamn door. You know what I mean? I was outside. So nobody could. I was outside. Just be back. You know what I mean? So I think I see that. I see how that is. But what that little young man was saying was just way wrong. Way motherfucking wrong. You see what I'm saying? Way motherfucking wrong. Because he pull yourself up. Like, are you serious? And keep in mind, this little generation that we're talking about, you can't talk to them at all. I remember like 4 years ago, just trying to have I can't even have a meaningful dialogue with my seedling. And my seedling's 24. Okay, I can't have a meaningful dialogue. She take every last word I say and throw it in my fucking face. Oh, so I'm a drunk. I didn't say that. I said, are you drunk? You think what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? It's like every other word is stupid. So they make it intentionally on purpose as 24-year-olds to blame you for whatever you did, which in my experience, whatever you didn't do, right? And whatever they currently think you're doing wrong, and you know what I mean? They have to do all this. It's like they check it, and then they want to act big and bad because they got a real good job.
Hey,
Which
the
is
reason why
something I
everything's so expensive is because we don't want y'all to be able to afford to stay alive. Like we're even increasing the price of sustenance, like food and shelter, because we don't want y'all to stay alive. We've literally made it.
We've already discussed that, family. He's new to the game of population control.
Legal to be homeless because we want y'all to kill yourselves. We don't want y'all to stay alive. Please die. Please stop asking us to make everything affordable. We want y'all to starve to death. I want them to just say that, because this game of like,
I want him just to put the whole context into how we feel black people, because he's not really putting it into that. That's how they treat us. They don't want us to eat, live, breathe, fucking make it, work a regular job without being sweated. You know what I mean? Have a fucking time off. None of that shit. I wanted to say that because he's not wrong. It does feel like that.
Bootstraps, fucking lazy, entitled Gen Z, or the way older generations refuse to take any accountability for the life that Gen Z now has to live, and will instead jump through hoops to gaslight millennials and Gen Z into being like, actually, you all have it way easier than we did. So we have no idea what y'all are complaining about. When
They do. It's not gaslighting, son. It's the truth. It's the truth. You do have it way better. They do. They do have it way better.
I was your age, I paid off my house and my car just being the milkman. Y'all just refuse to go get jobs.
Times have changed.
Oh, jobs don't pay a livable.
We live in a society where
back then you could have a small house and raise your little family in a little starter house with have your little mate and your 1.3 children, right? But those days are long motherfucking gone. You got profiteering, greed, you got all this other shit that's going up against you, so you can't even do it. I haven't seen the last time they built a real house. They've been building like upwards in condos and shit, like intentionally moving us into this apartment way of life versus a fucking house with a yard. You know what I mean? And a fence that actually stands out. They've managed to put it into like a covenant sense of thing. You know what I mean? And everybody knows this is a fact about black people trying to get a house. They upsell the whole price. They upsell the price. They raise the price like 2 times higher, knowing that it's gonna be a struggle at the fucking bank if you can get it at the bank, right? And you gotta do all this shit like having perfect credit, not one blemish. You know how hard black couples work to get it like that, and they still have a hard time. And then they just says, "Fuck it, let's just get a condo." Or some apartment, just that's it, we're rent payers now, fuck it, like those dreams are gone, because it's not like that. And the living, like what he's saying, it's not gaslighting, son. When the living wage, your working wage, and your area medium income do not reflect each other. You see what I'm saying? It's like, for example, my rent is, say, I think it's $1,700. Okay, for one bedroom dive ass apartment. It used to be dive. It's a dive, okay? In the high crime area for this area. Okay, I keep in mind I come from California, so I know what real crime looks like. This is separate, right? It's $1,700. Okay, now what kind of job would I have to make that type of rent? I can't even fathom. You know what I mean? I can't even fathom. I can't fathom, because no matter what kind of job you're paying, they overtax you for fucking everything. So I'm surprised anybody even has a fucking check to talk about. You see what I'm saying? If you're not getting taxed one way or the other. And it's not gaslighting. So if they make it impossible with the living, and they know it's a problem. See what I'm saying? They know that the area and medium income, the working wage and the living wage do not remotely match. You see what I'm saying? And are they trying to fix it? Do you think the motherfuckers that hold the purse are trying to fix it? Like city council, or the state house representatives, or the actual governor, They took away a fucking prime resource like Tabor, when Tabor in Colorado at one point was $850. Every fucking homeless person in the free fucking state was looking forward to that, because they had no other means of income, right? $800, like 3, 4, 5 years ago, you could try to get yourself a little something. At least get off the street. You could kind of get yourself a little, maybe a little RV or something like that you could, be in. Or if you found the right apartment complex, then that was kind of like take cash, and you could kind of, get yourself around. You could do something, work your gift to gab. You know what I mean? There's all kinds of little maneuvers, but 800 was a lot. And people looked forward to it. I looked forward to it. Then they cut it. And they kept cutting it. And then they kept cutting it. And they keep asking about cutting it. And I'm like, no, fucking return it. Like, because it was like it stimulated the motherfucking environment. Versus, you see what they're doing at the airport, right? All these motherfuckers care about is big ticket items, big ticket real estate. They don't care about nothing else. So I can see where he's coming from at the same time. Like, they're, you know what I mean? They know they don't want to do nothing about it. They could be audited 150,000 times and they still won't change.
Where you quite literally have to pay to survive. Everything that you need to survive is behind a paywall. Clean air, fresh water, food, shelter, healthcare, etc. All of your basic needs are blocked behind a paywall. You are dropped into this system without your consent, and there is no way out of it unless you are independently wealthy. And if you are independently wealthy, at the degree to which you would be able to circumvent capitalism, that means that you exploited so many other people that now you are able to live off of your exploitation, which is a problem within itself, which then brings me back to where most people fall. So then you're stuck working for 30, 40 years of your life just to afford these basic things. And then the things that you would think.
I used to think, the business, TBA and the business, right? Jason Black, and, he does the business, right? I used to think that he used to say that black women were going to be working for the rest of their fucking lives, right? We were going to be stuck in a motherfucking nursing job, and, all this. He used to say all kinds of realistic shit, right? And then he had a matrix, one episode, right? It was showing where you're supposed to be at a certain age, right? And it was in regards to men, where men are supposed to be in their mid-30s, like where, with having a few assets, type of job they should be looking into, and then you get back on to, talking to the sisters and shit. I was like, God damn, this is derogatory. And I saw the scale, I was like, well, that shit makes sense, because you can't offer, a mate anything if you don't got shit to offer. You know what I mean? And if you look like this, and how can you expect a high value or high level of mate? You know what I mean? If you're like this and you live like this, and, you see what I'm saying? And he did like a couple of episodes like that. I don't watch The Business often because I just don't watch The Business. Besides, it's triggering for some odd reason. You know what I mean? But it's given me some insight of what to do. As far as like maneuvering as a woman, you know what I mean? Like, it sucks that I got sick and shit. Like, because I would be able to I could see where I could be able to make different moves. Where if I didn't have that chance before, I could have done it this time. You see what I'm saying? And those matrix levels of where you're supposed to be from the time you're in your 30s to late 40s is prime. You're supposed to have a job. You're supposed to have at least one vehicle at least paid off. At the age I am now, my brother's folks had already established semi-decent credit. You know what I mean? They already paid off at least one vehicle, maybe two. You know what I mean? Damn, they're almost paid off paid off their mortgage. See what I'm saying? At like in their during the time of the 30s, they'd already had everything, like a small house, 2 vehicles, a couple bank accounts. Look at their afterlife care taken care of. You see what I'm saying? And be able to raise 2 grandchildren on top of all that, and still eat good, live good. You know what I mean? The type of way I've seen most of my life, whether I got to experience it or not. You dig? I see it, for example, and to have these discussions with my younger brothers, like, damn, where did we go wrong? You see what I'm saying? Because the matrix is still like, it changes, it evolves. And I was like, I remember when fucking TBA was like, or excuse me, Jason Black was giving us the business of working forever and ever and ever and ever. He said, we're going to be working for our whole lives. That's how it ended up. That black women were going to be working our whole fucking lives. You know what I mean? Based on the decisions we had made prior to and the current circumstances of then when he did the video. And it's still kind of relevant to today. There's sisters literally working themselves to fucking death. My best friend, for example, just got back into the workplace, which, you know what I mean? Seriously working. It's almost like that vacation never happened. You see what I'm saying? And that's a tragedy. And there's now we're too far into this AI robotic shit that unless I don't see a way out of it. You see what I'm saying? I don't see a way
Would be prioritized, like community or friends or family or pursuing your hobbies or interests. You can't do those because you're too busy trying to figure out quite literally where your next meal is going to come from. And then this just continues until you get so sick or so sad or a combination of the two or more things that you die.
Let me tell you this real quick, baby.
You're not falling. I'm sorry, Family. I keep. I'm sorry. I'm gonna let it play. I'm not gonna talk more after this. That's another thing. When you got to decide which is more important, this or eating, or you know what I mean, or what you're gonna eat, because the cost is too much. Like, I don't have a problem eating top ramen every motherfucking day for the rest of my life, and or peanut butter and jelly. Okay, I really don't have a problem. I'm like on a fucking jail restrictive diet, right? And it drives everybody crazy, and it's used against me as a fucking weapon, right? But when I think about it, I'm like, God damn, that everything's so fucking expensive. You're not necessarily getting the right shit. You're not getting the right anything, the right fucking nutrients, I'm getting older. I'm not really paying attention to that. But the more that the days go by, I can see I can see how my body's breaking down, where it doesn't want to, it wants to let the pain override my brain, and make me not want to maneuver because the pain in my I'm walking around on a broken hip and a femur still, right? And it's fucking excruciating. You saw it, everybody knows that. I would be like, I can sit here for just a little bit of time, and I was like, fuck that, I gotta go around, move around. And I'm not making it easy for myself here because there's nothing wrong with a little struggle to move around the house, exercise, right? So I intentionally make it kind of hard for me to. It would be hard for me to maneuver, but I forced myself through it so I could get the exercise, right? But I can see that's weighing. That takes a big toll. Like, I'm always sick, dude. I was sick for fucking Juneteenth for no goddamn motherfucking reason. That I was really fucking sick the whole fucking week, the whole weekend of Juneteenth, and I didn't, you know what I mean? I couldn't fault on my dude to go, because he would probably wait and not win, you know what I mean? But I was like, man, just get out there, peace, boy. Don't let this stop you, because it's our holiday. It's our holiday. But I couldn't do it. I was like fucking ill, like sick, ill, you know what I mean? And I couldn't trust my body to behave itself. You see what I'm saying? In the heat as well. I have a fucking heart condition. So I was like, man. But it was like a double-edged sword. If I didn't go to his house the other day where I was, I would have never got out this motherfucker. I would have stayed here, just let the depression creep in, because it's just like these people are saying, like, what are we doing? You know what I mean? Because if you think you're gonna be replaced by a motherfucking AI robot or chatbot or fucking whatever, it's been slowly moving in on your job and your life. What is there going to be left for us to do if they have their hands on everything, from driving to food delivery, motherfucking they answer calls, they fucking, you see what I'm saying? They're working in Amazon too. He says, what is there going to be? And for the motherfuckers that were scared of this shit, they allowed it to take over. And then putting people in this condition, right? This depressive mentality. Because if you don't pay attention to somebody, something terrible could happen. You know what I mean? Because they feel like this and they don't talk about it. We don't talk about it, family. They might be having, them other folk might be having dialogue and pay for therapy, but we don't talk about it. We not acknowledging it. We not even asking each other anything. You dig?
Behind, you're not failing, you're not fucking losing yourself. The world is not supposed to be like this. The world is not supposed to fucking be like this. There's nothing wrong with you. You're not depressed and anxious. Like, maybe you have all those things, but it's not your fault. It's not your fault why you're depressed. It's not your fault why you're anxious. It's not your fault why you struggle to get out of bed. It's not your fault why you choose isolation. It's not your fault why you're so angry and frustrated all the time. And I need you to understand that. Don't beat yourself up because you're falling behind. You're not falling behind. The world is falling behind. We're not supposed to fucking be like this.
Yeah. So I know it's not that satisfying to point this out, but it is really worth stating that we have come a long way, because seeing people say this, seeing so many people criticize capitalism explicitly, this was not something that you would ever see 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, because God forbid you attack capitalism and then get accused of being a communist or a socialist. But these days, everybody can see the problem because it's staring us right in the face. You can't avoid it. And I think that seeing them say that is really validating, because even though our intuition tells us that things really shouldn't be this way and that this is wrong, it's easy to at least subconsciously accept that this is our fate. It's going to be this way forever because the system is so ossified. But regardless of how hard it is to change the system, the fact of the matter is that living this way is still a choice at the end of the day. It's not our choice, but it is a choice made for us before we were born by powerful people, but it's still a choice nonetheless, a choice that can be undone. Capitalism isn't some law of nature. It's a system created by humankind. So we're clever enough, I think, to come up with something better. But the oligarchs have actually deluded themselves into thinking that we really are going to live like this forever. We're just going to.
I don't know if that's necessarily the truth, because I don't think I was installed. I actually come from a mindset of there's nothing fucking wrong with me, and there's no such thing as mediocrity. You know what I mean? And show your work. Things like that. Stand on moral principle. And I don't think it was ever instilled in me in this, in how I feel right now. How I feel right now, or like them, it would be looked at as a weakness or weak state of mind, considering how I came up in the world. You see what I'm saying? Before I went into the system, it'd be like, there's no room in the house for those kind of, off-brand type of feelings like that, right? And I used to get on other people, be like, man, your depression's rubbing off on me, cuz it's like an epidemic, like I said to other people and whatnot, because I never experienced it. And then I finally experienced it. I mean, like, everything that you could think of is like, it's right there. But I don't think this is something we can fix immediately, because we've had generations, like I said, I'm 46, so there's generations before me that have dealt with this capitalism type shit, isms. You know what I mean? And they're in charge right now. So what really could a motherfucker do, aside from trying to write different policies, and you know what I mean? How much change can you really affect if the administration is in charge of the administration and the federal branch and the Supreme Court and all this extra shit, and then you got your local, you got your government, your state government is involved in the corruption of you being broke and not having adequate resources. I'm only referring to us, FBA, right? So I'm referring to us in that manner. I don't think I don't know how to fix it unless, like me and Jessica said, we was just hope the duopoly just crumble to the ground and start over. You see what I'm saying? But at what cost? It's like, at what level? And what's to say that once the administration gets out, we don't have fucking 6 more years to try to replace it, but we're replacing it with what? With whom? You know what I mean? Is it gonna be another? Is it gonna be a JD Vance type of situation, or is it gonna be a Democrat? They can't be trusted either. Like, we're just in a revolving door. So I don't know how they I don't want to sound like a defeatist, because I'm not defeated yet, and I don't know how aside from writing policy and shit like that, how far you can really get with changing it. And the way politics is roaming right now, like, you're seeing a big wave of democratic socialists, and in a country where socialism really isn't like a thing, or able to happen, according to me asking Jesse about it. She said no. So you see what I'm saying? It just seems like that's the maneuver. I don't see it getting better. I don't see it getting better for the average regular consumer, regular Joe Blow, fucking Black First FBA part member, and at the lowest denominator. I don't know how it can get out of that, except for them giving us reparations. At the same time, they'll have control over that to tax it or to say what it, you know what I mean? Until you separate from them, you kind of at the mercy still. You see what I'm saying? Just go down the black rabbit hole with me. It's not it. I'm not being a defeatist. I'm just saying, like, realistically, once we get it, then we're still at their mercy of if we can really invest in land, or what we can do with it, or you see what I'm saying? It's not just gonna be that way, that easy, the way we were hoping and praying for. So saying this generation, my generation, is gonna be the one that gets it done. You know what I mean? The generation X and the one right the Jesse generation are gonna be the ones that get it done. However, there's so much more that goes into it, including specifically in language and enforcement. You see what I'm saying? And then what are you gonna do with it? Where not what are you gonna do with it, because that's none of our business, but how they're going to be able to scrutinize every single cent that belongs to you. You see what I'm saying? And where you can get it, where you can have it, what, you know what I'm saying? That's gonna happen to us. You see what I'm saying? Because that's just the way of it when they don't do it to anybody else. So I feel like the work that I'm gonna do, it just made me want to put a post-it note on, make it so it's not like that. You know, you see what I'm saying? Because I think that yeah, stress is a motherfucking train. I think that there's gotta be a different type of level. This can't be a win like for everybody else and not for us. You see what I'm saying? Because all them black people, they're young, and they're going through some serious fucking rigmarole, man. And, you know, so that's serious shit. I mean, I see it too. You know, with anybody under the age of 50. So I'm saying, and it's not gonna be easy. It's just like dating. You're not gonna be able to go outside, find a new motherfucker to replace the old one. Just like you can't find another job like that that's gonna be able to pay. You're gonna have to start from the bottom like every other scrub. You see what I'm saying? Not that we're scrubs, I'm just saying.
Gonna suck it up and take it forever because they honestly believe that, you know, they need to train the peasants, I guess, to tone down their hatred of the ultra wealthy and just accept that it's their fate to be a permanent underclass. So that way, you know, just a handful of people can live like kings because, you know, they think that we're not ever going to change the system because we don't have power and they do. But I think that every time they open their mouths, they fuel people's desire to want to change the system. For example, billionaire Stephen Roth actually had the audacity to tell investors, quote, "I must say that I consider the phrase tax the rich when spit out with anger and contempt by politicians both here and across the country to be just as hateful as some disgusting racial slurs and even the phrase from the river to the sea." Oh, is that so? Because God forbid you pay your fair share after the peasants foot the bill for taxes for you for decades. But I mean, I want them to keep talking, honestly. I want them to keep talking because they've already pissed off the entire country by robbing us blind to the tune of trillions of dollars since 1975. And now they're basically spitting in our faces because we're upset about the fact that they have it all and the rest of us have nothing. People wouldn't talk about eating the rich or taxing the rich if things were going well. They wouldn't notice how many billionaires there are. It's 900 in America and 3,000 across the world, give or take. But if people could at least get by, nobody would be talking about a more equitable distribution of wealth because, you know, even though it'd be nice to have more money, if you're doing okay, you're not going to think about these things. You're not going to think about changing the system if the system is working for you, at least to a certain extent. But to compare tax the rich to racial slurs, I mean, the fucking gall of this piece of shit. He's
like,
not just saying.
Like, that's a lie. You know, that's cap for us. I mean, we're going to be talking about cutting the check until it actually gets the check cut. You know what I mean? But everybody else is what pretty much what he's saying. But we're not going to stop talking about cutting the motherfucking check until it actually fucking happens. Okay?
Satisfied with you slaving away for his class until you die. He wants you to be happy about it and refrain from using offensive slogans when talking about billionaires as if they're marginalized minorities. And I think that this sentiment by this one billionaire really is a microcosm of the hubris that we see from the rest of the ruling class. There's that infamous clip from, I think, a CNBC program of that billionaire crying in response to questions about a wealth tax because he just said it was not right. So these people, they have worked their employees to the bone. They've robbed the working class blind, and they've taken everything from us. And yet they have the audacity to come out in public and say, actually, we're the victims. I mean, it's like they're fucking trying to get pitchfork mobs to come after them. But at the end of the day, people are only going to take so much until they break. Some of them are going to check out and just be dejected, but others, they're going to take a different approach. They're going to want to burn the fucking system down, and they're going to start thinking of ways that they can overthrow the system that's exploiting them. And we've talked about the revolutionary fervor that's been bubbling up in this country before, but that obviously hasn't dissipated. Human beings have a desire and a right to be free, and when you take away their freedom, they're only going to tolerate it for so long until they rebel and try to break the chains.
Fuck it. No one else will say it, so I will. My name is Hunter Howell, and it is time to abolish our government. And before I'm arrested for saying that, I need to give a source. My source, the Declaration of Independence, Word for word, here's what it says in the Declaration of Independence. When a government becomes destructive to the rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, it is the right and duty of the people to alter or abolish it. I'm going to give 3 very clear and concise examples of how our government has become destructive to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Life, bombing Iranian civilians. That's pretty destructive to the right of life. Liberty. Gen Z is no longer able to buy homes or find jobs. My generation. Can't even imagine how hard it'll be for the younger generations than myself. In pursuit of happiness, no justice for the survivors of sex trafficking, the Epstein survivors, the heroes that endured all of that from the abuse of predators. In fact, not only is there no justice for them, there was concealing and protection for the predators. So damn it, that's my source. Declaration of Independence says that it's up to us, the people, to abolish our government. And I'm not going to sit around much longer.
And listen, to the chagrin of the oligarchs, that sentiment is so much more widespread than they want to believe. Because it really does feel like we've reached the point of no return and we have no choice but to just overthrow the system.
Need to behave like that.
They have pushed people to the brink, and they're now seeing the chickens come home to roost. And I'm not saying people are going to, rise up and overthrow the government, but you have to understand that people are thinking this way because there are so many ongoing crises that our current system is just incapable of addressing. And if we ever did get the sweeping systemic changes that we desperately need, it's only a matter of time before it all get undone by the same capitalist vultures that undid the New Deal reforms that we needed. Because again, capitalism is a virus and it plagues our nation. And until you remove the virus, things are always going to end up in the same spot. Late stage capitalism, where we are slaving away for large multinational corporations until we die. So this is why so many people are yearning for more than
that motherfucking those business episodes that TVA was giving a few years back. It pretty much put all of that into perspective. Like, and it reflect on it now. It's like, damn, man, did he call it or did he call it? You know what I mean? You say that's what we're gonna be in this fuckery. Did he call it? He called it.
Even when you look at the psychology, it affects that slavery left. You know what I'm saying? It shows a lot in our behaviors, our mentality, and our subconscious.
Okay,
listen, all they know is room.
Okay, Felly. So I came across this little platform a couple weeks back. I came across a couple of different ones. I like to look at different things, and this is like young people. You can tell by his name. You know what I mean? Just take the 2 letters and see it's a Gen Z individual trying to express themselves, right? But I will just say this, Felly. I decided to try just look around and see, different podcasters, bloggers, whatever. Just because, I can't help it. I'm in areas they like to change shit up all the time. And I came across this one. I listened to it for a few minutes. I was like, this one's I'll probably delve back into. There's a couple of young gentlemen, young black men that are just talking about serious shit. They're not on that, rap stuff. They're not trying, they're actually talking about some real things that are really important to them. You see what I'm saying? And I felt like I need to check this out, and I'm gonna share it with y'all for a little bit and then I'll close out with this because I find it to be very, very, very serious to know what young black men are thinking, young black women are thinking. You know what I mean? When they're seriously, the youth is the future, right? So, and this is like right now, so we could get an understanding, not because they need to be pandered to or politically pandered to or anything like that, but just to have an understanding about what they're seeing in their young little mind frame, like what they're really looking at. And I'm pretty positive that they're probably seeing stuff that we're seeing and just processing it according to their age, you know what I mean? And so this you'll see they're it's like two brothers. I like I like content like this. And I like content like this. So I felt like I'm gonna share this to see what you guys think about it for a little bit. It's good to have some new perspective on some shit, you know what I mean? So let me see. Yeah, Tony, you're right. Stress is a mother. And something like I never knew how to handle it. Because I never felt it. I never felt overwhelmed. I never felt stressed out. I never felt depressed ever until the last 5 years. Which is kind of this. That's the way it is. I never felt it. Not even being outside, I never feel it, right? But the last 5 years, I actually felt it and allowed it to creep in. And I swear to God, I'd give anything to go back before. I never felt it ever, because I was already my soul was already hard for the life I had to live. But this just makes it worse. Where I'm like, she'll just feel nothing, but I don't feel nothing. Or I feel overly too much. You know what I mean? So it's like no middle ground, and we don't get enough help. There's no fucking availability, no fucking help for us. That's just a fact. I don't care what people are saying. It made me believe shit, and I've seen a lot of therapists. So I've yet to see one that's like beneficial for me. You know what I mean? And not everybody needs to be diagnosed with the same fucking weird shit that they diagnose everybody else at. Because I don't even think some of these diagnoses are real. See what I'm saying?
Ruin your life, mess your kid's life up, put utilities and Section 8 in the kid's name and mess their life up, and then take no accountability.
Okay.
I hate this culture so much. Have you ever asked yourself why Black people are like this? Puerto Ricans love each other. Mexicans love each other. Why can't we? Black culture is cooked. They don't value education, so we can't have an intellectual conversation because that's not going to do nothing but get me called a white boy or a nerd. And then we can't even talk to the woman because they're too disrespectful for no reason. All they know is ruin your life, mess your kid's life up, put utilities and Section 8 in the kid's name and mess their life up, and then take no accountability for doing it. My mom has a Section 8 house right now in my name. My house. That I have no access to, but I gotta struggle where I'm at right now. Her rent $8 a month, while my rent $800 a month. You have to understand, if you're a Black man in America, everybody's after you. Everybody's after your poor choices. Everybody's looking for you to be an idiot. The whole world is banking on you being a dummy. And then they're gonna clown you for it. Listen, the child support system is waiting for you. These women are waiting for you to run up that bag and be stupid and accept them after they had a bot phase and got cracked by the whole damn city. Listen, the prison system is waiting for your sweat equity. Everybody's banking on you being a crash dummy. That's why we gotta learn to control our emotions. The boy who just got arrested for clapping Julio Fulio, the warden said, nah, we need his sweat equity.
Do you think that the prison would benefit from him in a work capacity if he were sentenced to life without parole?
He's someone that's young, he's healthy. In reality, we need that labor, we need that sweat equity. So we put these young individuals to work and get some sweat equity out of them since they are young and actually can do the work.
Family. Family. You might as well just say we need more slaves. You see what I'm saying? Like, and he's so cocky about it, so fucking stupid fish face looking ass. Oh my God, like she's oh my God, like let me calm down. So you can see how they can go ahead and send him immediately instead of like not even going to the processing center, immediately to fucking prison. Can you see like that how fucked up that shit is?
That should tell you everything you need to know. That's how the world sees y'all. These women cracking the whole world. They ain't gonna spin the block on you when they 25 and try to finesse a marriage out of you. Today, we are going to discuss some serious issues. The root of the destruction at the one thing vital to the preservation of the human race. Today's program is brought to you by General Zay and Sean the Dawn. Sean, I wanted to ask you, why haven't Black people gotten better? Because I'm going to answer it first. I think it's a mindset. I think we all carry the same ghetto mindset.
Nah, what you saying is true, because I'm not gonna lie, even when you look at the psychology of the effects that slavery left, you know what I'm saying? It shows a lot in our behaviors, our mentality, and our subconscious understanding of things. So even when you study the effects of what slavery did, this is why you see a lot of dynamics within the Black community that seem off-putting, you know what I'm saying, and unrealistic, because those are the effects of what slavery caused.
Yo, bro, what do you think of the media? The media makes us attracted to the wrong things, bro. They got Adrian Broner, Dean the Great, bro. What do you think of that, bro? I really hate seeing them on my timeline, showing us zesty stuff.
You know, I think everything conjoined with what you're saying is this. I think everything is prevalent on the herd mentality. So basing it off that, I really think that they love to destroy the Black public image, or somebody that just within the image of Black people that has access that people find entertaining. You feel what I'm saying? But we think that it's not affecting us or distorting our viewpoints. But realistically, psychology shows repetition is more important than anything. To penetrate somebody's minds and penetrate their thoughts, all you need is repetition. That's what they used in school, and that's what they use on social media. So the more repetitively you see something online, it's gonna penetrate your understanding and your perspective on how you view people. And if that one person is representing a whole community,
how the fuck can you live with all this fucking garbage in your face? Like you see them trying to avoid this shit. They really sick of it. I'm sick of it right now. Like, good God, like, weren't these motherfuckers straight at one point?
then that's how the world is gonna see this community, and that's why it doesn't get better.
So basically, they use our heroes so for example,
not even necessarily our heroes. I'm sorry. It's just the people that we deem entertaining. You get what I'm saying? The people
That's
that
what I'm saying.
letting our
Yo, bro,
brain.
But think about it, gang. But think about it. It's their heroes, gang. Go up to a little kid right now, ask him who his favorite rapper is. He gonna either say King Von, NBA YoungBoy, or Lil Durk. These are their heroes, bro. Yo, bro, these are their heroes.
Hold on. But that's it's funny you say that, because that's kind of the psychology behind it. Because you ever seen, because here's I'm about to break it down. You ever seen somebody on your timeline, and let's say a rapper, right? And he randomly pop up out of nowhere, and you be like, damn, who is this guy? You get what I'm saying? So then a couple years go by, and the repetition of constantly seeing him, eventually now, even though you never messed with him, now you start looking at him as an idol figure. You get what I'm saying? Or now you just start knowing who he is. You feel what I'm saying? And it's that repetition that turns that makes you think, oh yeah, this person is, I can idolize him. You get what I'm saying? I can look up to him. This is somebody I could learn from or just relate to. Feel me? So it's not even because it doesn't come from a genuine nature no more.
Yeah,
like, you know how when you was a kid and you had a teacher to look up to, that came out of a genuine image of that teacher. Feel me?
Yeah.
Now it just comes from a relatable perspective.
And what do you think would happen if Malcolm X came back today? He got reincarnated today. Do you think it would change Black people? Do you think Black people would change? And if the answer is no, why?
Because
I think if Malcolm X was here today, he would have much less of an impact.
Why you say that?
They're talking shit on
because the media doesn't want to see
militants.
Knowledge.
Get to that.
They don't want to see knowledge.
Yeah, well, it doesn't want knowledge to get to that extent. It doesn't allow knowledge to surpass a certain volume before they turn it.
Why do you think we're idiots, bro? Why do you think? Well, not us. You know what I mean? Because we think, right? We use our critical thinking. But why do you think we're idiots? You know what? I mean, I'll answer first. When you look into the hidden rules among social classes, the ruling class considers poor people the foolish class. They made up their mind and said, these people are uncivilized savages whose intellectual capacity requires them to be exploited. And that's why they're feeding everybody Dean the Great, Adrian Broner, people twerking on top of cars, twerking at funerals, spazzing out over Knicks games. So this creates a communication barrier between the two. A majority of the nation is intellectually deaf, and it's because of the poison being pushed out. The brain rejects knowledge. Why do people in our community reject knowledge?
You know, I think what you're saying holds a lot of premise. You know, it's true because when you look at the spending power of Black Americans, I think it's at like $2.1 trillion. So it's like the fact that we don't have a foundation for Black people to really build just solely Black people, it shows you where our attention lies. You get what I'm saying? I think billions are spent on sneakers and just, you know, billions are just spent on nonsense each year. And this is a yearly accumulation. So it's like, if Black people would just set their attention on non-materialistic things, we could probably have a Wall Street, or we could probably have an economic state where Black people can actually grow and learn. But our attention is always focused on ignorance and just self-gratifying entertainment. You feel what I'm saying? That we can never just focus our attention on the priorities. You feel what I'm saying? And I think that really does stem back to that slavery psychology. You know, that slavery mentality post-slavery. You get what I'm saying? Because the slave always looked at we was enslaved for 400 years. So a lot of times you would have seen Black people when they had to work, you'll see them just unconsciously not want to work or not do this because for 400 years we had to do forced labor with little to no reward. You get what I'm saying? So it correlates to how we are now as individuals.
So you're saying it's passed down?
Exactly.
I think
it is passed down.
The greatest disease to ever exist, 95% of mankind already has it.
Realize it for the first time.
And this disease is called spiritual immaturity. And it stems from greed, flashing money, needing to crack buns, chasing external stimuli because they hate themselves. I truly believe people in our community hate themselves, bro. Why you think Jamaicans bleach their skin? Why you think Black women wear blonde weaves, bro? They're insecure, bro. You feel me?
No, that's definitely true because, like I told you, even in the Malcolm X speech, who taught you how to hate yourself? You know what I'm saying? A lot of things Malcolm X said back then was prevalent now. And it's like, a lot of the ideologies we have now, at one point, stemmed from the 1900s. For example, if you tell a woman that she's not wearing her natural hair, is a form of hate. It's a form of self-hate. The validation she'll use is that it's her choice. You get what I'm saying? But if we were consciously aware that her grandmother was programmed, that her great-grandmother was programmed, that her great-grandmother before that was programmed into not liking their natural hair, you would understand that, oh, dang, I'm not consciously aware that this is self-hate. This is subconscious what I'm doing when it comes to my hair. You know what I'm saying? But we're not aware of that. We're not taught that.
And also that's how
Yo, Sean, you told me that when you look at the white woman and you look at their mental state, it hasn't changed throughout the course of the years. But when you look at the Black woman's mental state, it's changed. It got more ignorant. Why do you think that is?
It's debatable.
You know, because instead of most of the time, you know, I think throughout, you know, for a long time, I'm not even going to choose a time. You know, for a while now, all we've done was adopt the nature of our oppressors. You know what I'm saying? We've adopted the behaviors of our oppressors.
Yes.
But being that we're not them, we cannot embrace it.
Yo,
so everything is just a resemblance.
Yo, bro, I wholeheartedly agree with you, bro. They acting like yo, bro. They are carrying white supremacy, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Why is you disrespecting me, bro? I told you, Sean, my mother has a Section 8 house in my name right now that I have no access to, bro. Her rent is $8 a month, bro. Feel me? She gonna use the system against me, against her man, feel me? They don't want to, yo, bro. Man. Telling you, bro, my physical capacity is always in jeopardy, even being around a woman. Because regardless if I'm cracking you or
Listen. I think he's onto something right there. But you know, I remember back in the day, there used to be some grimy ass shit, you know, that a parent might do, you know, to a child or whatever. You know, utilize they done fucked off their shit, so they utilized one of their offspring's credit or whatever to, advance their stage in life, right? And I say, oh man, like that shit is worst fucking shit to do, because you're taking away your seeds fucking chance to have a life, and then you fuck off their shit. They gotta rebuild their shit up again, and just to even get it to where you didn't have to do any of that. You could have just fucking paid your bills, acted right, got your own little job. You didn't have to do all that. But there is some. I remember back in the day, there's some grimy ass motherfuckers that would do this. It's fucked up, like putting a cable bill or something in their name, and they would be like, "Oh, it's just innocence. It's innocent. I pay for it." But it's not just an innocent thing. It's not just an innocent thing. It's the fact that you're taking away that person's opportunity to one day get their own place and have their own motherfucking utilities. Like there's times where there might be a young child that's more responsible than their fucking parents. It literally more responsible than their fucking parents. You know what I mean? I living proof of that. You see what I'm saying? I never did no fuck shit like that, but I'm just a living proof of that. I raised a child that I raised one for a little bit that's fucking more responsible. It's actually just outlast the things that I you know what I mean, never had to go through it. Actually listened to me and actually made something. So it's like, if I can make that do it, I can do it for myself. You see what I'm saying? Actually more responsible. Actually more responsible. You see what I'm saying? Which is a good thing. It's a beautiful thing. It's a good thing, I would never go to that extent to ruin that my seeds fucking chance to strive for their own apartment. And there's been times where a grimy motherfucker has thought about it. You see what I'm saying? But they wouldn't go to that extent because that's just fucking wrong. It's fucking wrong. If my parents do to me, I don't do to them. You see what I'm saying? It's like there's got to be a level of moral, ethical fucking level of conduct. You see what I'm saying? But what he's saying is like, and he's right. He's onto something. He's in danger. Like, I'm in danger by any female. Like, what he's about to say. You know what I mean? Because he is. He's in danger for losing his credit if he's building it up. He's in danger of losing whatever apartment he may have over a girlfriend or not. Potentially go to jail. Could go wild. You know what I mean? She could go left. Just on fucking any given day. I always say that.
But not. I gotta make sure nobody else is cracking you without your consent. And you can't even respect me as a man. You can't even take accountability when you wrong. Feel me? Why do our women not make our job as a man easy, bro? Every time you see them in Walmart, gang, you see a black couple in Walmart, they mad as hell. But if you see her with the white man, she happy as hell, gang. You see her with an Asian man, she happy as hell. But I still gotta protect you. And then you gonna get mad when I go sleep with the white lady. You not getting me rocky. You stressing me. You feel me? Why, Sean? Why do people in our culture adopt the Caucasian mindset?
I think the effects of it
separate things right there.
Show, because like you see how you saying when you always got to worry about this and you always got to worry about that. It stems from that nature. So being that, let's say a black woman is adopting the nature of a white woman, right? That's in a white person. You don't see these things propagating as negative. You just see it is what it is. You get what I'm saying? So a white woman cheating, a white woman, having negative traits, that's already within them. So when you go against your nature and choose to adopt a whole different race's nature that doesn't resonate with you spiritually, you see the effects of it. You get what I'm saying? It shows more because your soul knows that that's not the routine you're supposed to be following. You know what I'm saying? That's why it holds so much weight. That's why it's so talked about and there's so much contradiction, because that's not the natural state in which you're supposed to be in.
I really think black people are insecure, Sean. When you're insecure, you're emotionally unstable. And when you're unstable, you can't have a stable opinion. Your opinion always fits what's popular at the moment, right? Mm-hmm. And that's why people got to use ChatGPT for everything, bro. People cannot critically think anymore. People want it the easy way, bro. This community is built on instant gratification.
Yeah.
which feeds the divide and conquer system, right? Yo, bro, let me tell you something, bro. A perfect example. Streamers University, right? Kashin and say, yo, bro, here, I'm gonna put y'all on. Sean, how much people you seen on them lines, bro? Yo, Sean, I seen people driving 16 hours to go and get the put on. But why doesn't our people want to work from the ground up? Why would they rather the alley-oop?
Back to the psychological aspect.
It's
What you call insecure, I think, is more of a loss of identity.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So
Where they
being
lose
that
it? Where?
you lost it in slavery. The real boiled down perspective of it is that we never had an identity.
all the shit we
When
came.
you look at videos from the 1960s
really
from the
think that,
1900s in
Gang?
general, you see
They're young. They're little young guys. Like maybe at the most 20, 21, right? I'm just giving them grace. You know, that they look pretty young, like 18, 19 years old. They don't know how much we've came as like men and women. We came a long way, especially with this. I think delineation. I think the FBA Renaissance has helped that a lot because we are sticking more together. We have each other's back. We're looking out for each other, men and women, wise. And there's only that maybe like that 10% that's you see online twerking, acting stupid, doing rap videos, all this extra shit, try to get us drug up over there. The majority of it, I think, is that you got to find yourself the right content to stick in your brain, because there's toxic shit going on the internet, like y'all see, I come on like maybe I'm trying to be better like once a week now or twice a week. Me and Jess talked about it, coordinated some days, man. I'm supposed to be living in it, right? Like on Wednesdays, Thursdays, or some shit. You see what I'm saying? And I haven't been motivated. It's like go back to the other thing, but however, I'm looking at it from a 46-year-old perspective. We came a long motherfucking way, and if it wasn't for the FBA D1 Renaissance, I was gonna say, we're not saying movement or none of that shit. I would say, Renaissance, whatever, and delineation, we would have been way, way more fucked off in the game. Now we got goals. Now we got an agenda to work towards. We have demands to work at, to make it to reality for them, for these young guys. See what I'm saying? Like my generation is still got to make it possible so they can live right. So then when they have their children, the children ain't got to struggle. See what I'm saying? Like what we're doing should be for them. That's how you should look at it. Everything that we're working for is as far as reparations, crime bill, et cetera, is for them. For like youngins this age. So that when they have their families, their children aren't gonna struggle like we struggled coming out the boomer age. Motherfucking millennials struggled after the Gen X, and then you got the classes of like the youngins. Our goal should be like, look at this, look at the turmoil they're in. We gotta make it better for them. They don't know that there was other avenues of like toxicity that you could pour into your brain other than this some of this AI slop is what they call it, or propaganda or whatever. And if you go outside, you step outside the fucking internet, you see things are not as what they seem on the internet. You see what I'm saying? You still have a chance to each one teach one. You know what I mean? You still have a chance to make better decisions. My sister used to say, when she's from Lake Charles, she used to say, you can control everything around you. You can control every situation, everything around you, if you choose to. And at first I was like, what? Yeah, right. But then I started seeing it when I make my own little moves when I want to. I'm not consistent, right? I'm not consistent with a lot of shit. So when I want to, I feel like I can control the scenarios of things that, I'm trying to get done or whatever, because I can control what I watch, who I watch, when I watch. So if things are too toxic for me, because they activate me. You hear me? And the level of activation, it's not necessarily something that we ain't at that point yet. When we're at that point, it's gonna be like, we'll know when we gotta be super activated. So I try to watch in pieces, in bursts, because I don't want to get activated. I mean, I'm already activated. I don't want to be any more triggered that's gonna lead me down to a road of motherfucking going to jail, or not getting out, being put under the jail because my activities. So I'm fucking getting crunk. You see what I'm saying? So I limit it. I mostly pay attention like on the weekends. You'll see me. I like cramming in everything that I missed throughout the week. I'll cram it in into 2 days. You know what I mean? I'll be caught up by the time Frontline Black News comes on. But I put myself in some mindless escapism too, because if I let myself consume it, I'm not only am I going to be activated in the militancy of it all, but there's no talking to me after that. There's no understanding or try to even, what I mean? So once you're activated, you're activated. I don't want to feel like that. So it's good. Some things are toxic, but we should be looking at this like this is why we're doing it, not just for us. Not just for us, but for them. That right there is the future leaders. They're only they're young. Look how young they are. Look how young the little the one in black is. He's really young.
You think that
men? Nah, for sure.
Yo, bro. So you're saying that we were taught, we were given this idea that we didn't have an identity.
Exactly. So you got to remember, right? With the loss of identity lies a gap. Get what I'm saying? Lies a inner void.
Yo, Sean, that makes sense, bro. Not to cut you off, but that makes sense, right? They said that we evolved from apes, you heard? And they said that we was cavemen before slavery and stuff like that. Feel me? So it's like it makes it seem like we never had a, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a culture.
Right.
No, that's
we were always the lesser than species. Yo, Sean. Exactly. Wait. Hold up, gang. Hold up. This ties into what I said.
That's what they want you to
Blackface tactic. They're constantly painting us as the lesser than race. Adrian Broner, Dean the Great, humping each other, painted as the lesser than race. Yo, Sean, do you know what that does?
You can't compare notes like that.
To outsiders who don't have any idea what.
Look, first of all, that ape stuff, that's not for us. Maybe that's for them. The push to emasculate the black man, that's a real thing that is happening. You stay away from that shit. The other thing is what he say out. He's already you see how the toxicity of programming. They're not even giving him the right information. You see what I'm saying? They're not giving him the right information right there. Like this 2 sentences has already been he's been whitewashed already to think he's to think that he's like less than, because that's how the system that's just a racial white supremacy right there. How the system has been treating motherfuckers since they seen us. That's why you working like a slave. That's why you can't get up. You can't. You're constantly bombarded with salacious degeneracy. You know what I mean? And even if you want to do good, you can't function well. You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? It's already, see how that's already happening? And then just add just pause right there and add how the fucking, when the remapping went down with the Democrats, add how they wanted to go after them. This generation right here. They were so concerned about their fucking seats that they were willing to take the futures of this generation and hold them back from all their greatness so they can keep their fucking legacy seats. Just remember that. That just happened recently. So don't forget that. They were avid about taking away. I'm avid about our black, either if they're black athletics or whatever they were doing. It was great to fucking not do it. So these motherfuckers old ass motherfuckers keep their legacy seats. And That's not a rip. So you see what I'm saying? They come after them to what's the word? Hold on, Felly. What's the word? Oh my god. Because I want to say pressure them, pressure them. But there's another one I'm thinking about that they want to pander to them and cultivate them the way into whatever type of democratic leadership they want them in, by pushing all that mess on them, not giving them a chance to think for themselves. So if you only listen to your teachers at school and they're on this type of level of thinking, that's what they're gonna push into your mind. Case in point, look at the motherfucking protests when they had school. They ditched school. Teachers ditched school and let the students ditch school too to go protest whatever the fuck the teacher was on. So that too happened. So they are like at full risk of programming, and then being told, being ridiculed for it.
We are. It makes them already have a stigma on us. Yo, bro, these guys are foolish. These guys don't promote anything intellectual.
Exactly.
They are foolish. Adrian Broner, Dean the Great, they are. So they're going based off what they see Adrian Broner and Dean the Great doing. And then Lil Durk. Lil Durk is talking about spinning
Right,
on
so
blacks.
hold on, I'm gonna cut you off right now. Hold on. So you see what I'm saying? You see how the reason we able to embody these spirits of and take on the personality of Adrian Broner, connect with Lil Durk, or connect with these people, is
Why is
because
that?
there's a void within you. You get what I'm saying? This is why we grasp, because there's a void within us.
Ooh.
And this is why we also grasp on the pseudo ideologies, or ideologies that are true, but they hold no value. You get what I'm saying? Just because we know that we started society, look at what we've known that since 2020. People have recently found out, oh yeah, we're the creators of this. But yet nothing has changed because that information is pointless with no plan.
I'm jacking that. Yo, listen to me, bro. Yo, Sean, I like how you said that. They trying to fill that void. You know what they doing to fill that void? Seeking external stimuli. A lot of people, yo, Sean, a lot of people is doing za, right? They puffing za. Yo, listen, za is a female plant, but they took her out of her right vibration. You ever notice that people's eyes don't get red anymore?
Yeah.
You feel me? And watch this.
You know what I'm saying?
And watch this. They legalized it. Why? They're feeding that external stimuli to keep you looking for things outside of yourself to fill that void. Feel me? Yo, bro, Sean.
You gotta remember what they do is this. It's also changing your agreeability. You know what I'm saying? When you lower that self and make it and able to relax an individual, say, you know what, smoke this when you stress, do this when you stress. It heightens your agreeability because now you're in a calm state. So now everything that's going on around you, you like, all right, cool, that's fine. You taking it easy.
I like that
perspective. These are problems that need to be solved.
I like that perspective. I feel like the only way we could solve the issue is to go within self-realization. You have to go through a process of self-realization where you understand who you are intuitively. See, a lot of people don't understand who they are intuitively, and that's why they need to party to compensate for the lack thereof.
You got to remember that's why it's easy for them to put certain or certain videos online, because they know all they doing is basing what to put out into what we need. So if we need constant stimulation, that's what they're going to put out, and we're going to feed into it.
But we all know the function of the media has never been to eliminate the evils of the world. No. Their job is to persuade us to accept those evils and get used to living with them. The powers that be want us to be passive observers. And they haven't given us any other options outside the occasional purely symbolic participatory act of voting. You want the puppet on the right or the puppet on the left?
Even when you see the club, right? 9 times out of 10, people go to the club and guess what? After they leave that club, that void is still there. Why do you think it becomes a habitual pattern?
Yeah.
You feel me? Because every night they have to fill that void, fill that void, fill that void. You feel me?
People don't understand who they are intuitively. Our people, not only our people, bro, because I'm for the elevation of, and you know what, Sean? I hate to say our people, bro. I'll be lying if I was gonna sit here and say they my people, bro. I don't like to call them my people, bro.
But he's right.
Because honestly, I don't think they are, bro. They brainwashed, gang. Why am I not brainwashed? Why are you not brainwashed, Sean? Because we went through a process of self-realization. You feel me? We didn't let the traumas that we went through as children subjugate us. We reversed the polarity. How do we do that? Through a process of self-realization. And that ties into why women don't understand accountability, right? Because the modern day women don't want correction because they're stuck in their trauma, because they're operating from a place of dark psychology. And when you're operating from a place of dark psychology is a form of psychological external stimuli, which is a learned behavior pattern by way of the trauma they went through as children, right?
Nah, necessarily.
So the only way for a woman to take accountability is to go through a process of what? Self-realization. But they don't want to do that because they never think they're the problem. But Sean, you want to know what's crazy? It's not only a woman thing, you heard? It's a universal thing. You ask a street dude, bro, why are you in the streets? Who are you? You ask a street dude, who are you? They can't even answer. Oh, my name is not actually your name. I said, who are you?
That's why I told you back to the identity loss thing. That's why it's so important, because if you talking about taking accountability, if you look back in the 60s, if you look at somebody's great-great-grandmother, and she was an individual who never took accountability, and being that, it just becomes this, it just as the same way collective consciousness exists, and consciousness can be transferred to next generation or next generation or next generation, all it does is evolve. So being that it evolved, we're to a point now where accountability isn't even an option no more.
In my opinion,
It evolved, bro.
In my opinion,
it's just like slavery. You heard? We're still.
In my opinion, I think that it's all about where you get your information. So it's like I had to recodify, right? Re-educate, recodify. To know what we're doing now. You know what I mean? Know that we're at war. Know this, that, et cetera. Also to enhance my Black nationalism and empowerment, standing on fucking Black first business, et cetera. To signal boost, I had to re-educate, I had to read, I had to submit myself to education I didn't even know was out there because I was denied it, right? That's some things are just a fucking circumstantial choice, I guess. However, I think that he's right about some of the materials he's seen. I'm not really holding us up as far as women in the best light. I don't know if you're referring to us, not them. Not favorable. Us having to be more masculine, to take care of things. It's all a product of downhill fucking programming and things that happen. You know what I mean? It's not that we can't take accountability, it's we can't trust that that if you let the guard down, things are gonna be okay enough for you to take fucking accountability without being shamed and shunned. Like that's how he said it like that. And the fact that we're the same thing like him, ridiculed for making certain changes, not being hip to, or like I don't live to impress another bitch because I just don't, but there's some times where, trying to, early in my life trying to make friends or, what I mean? And I've done some, I did some follower shit or try to be cool or whatever, not knowing, what I mean? But 90% of the time, I ain't never really lived to impress another bitch. Like, never in my life. Just like I wasn't taught to fear another fraud or whatever. There's been times I have this weak shit, try to be cool or whatever, try to fit in, and probably spewed some ugly knowledge that I probably needed to be corrected for. You see what I'm saying? But they're young. They're seeing girls their age try to be like these celebrity brides. You know, you think that they can have it. They're just like, you know what I mean? There's a level of degeneracy. Also, too, I think that it's a conscious thing for you to want to seek out consciousness. If you have the right empowerment around you, you'll pick that shit up. You'll start reading books and, start feeling really empowered. You know what I mean? I don't think that there's a chance for that unless they have good people around, good steady upbringing around them, to where they might say, "Hey man, son, put that phone down and pick up this book right here. This is gonna tell you about all the black inventors, or this is gonna tell you how we got through eugenics, and this is gonna tell you what they really don't want us to tell us. This is gonna tell us how we're a Semitic people, and not anti-Semitic, even though they try to push it at us. This is gonna tell us that this ain't really our people. This is just for clicks and views and things like that. You know what I mean? And there's so many outlets right now that I don't even think that this young group of adults have knowledge of. Like, there's a whole school system free just for online, just teaches nothing but fucking black education. There's podcasters that got a whole little, they act like they're their own university. They got plethoras of conscious programming. I want to say program, conscious dialogue. There's several different levels of consciousness. You got metaphysics. There's a whole plethora of black metaphysicians that are out there that teach you divination, all kinds. You even talk to these things that you're like, whoa, that was kind of far out, but you actually see it. It's an everyday practice. You know what I mean? There's black conscious content creators that's all they do. They might joke a little bit here and there, but they're not just for everybody. You gotta seek out that consciousness if you want it. Like, if you really want it. I felt like I really had to recodify, re-educate in order to do the stuff that I'm doing, because I got some factors against me. I had to seek it out, and I had to really actively. I was encouraged to, not encouraged. I encouraged myself to seek it out, and I encouraged myself to get engrossed in it, because I wanted to be the best I can be. That's just an Aries thing. Just want to be the best of whatever the fuck I'm doing at that moment. You know what I mean? I didn't have that. I didn't have all that. Excuse me. I didn't have that resources, to be the best I could be for the first 20, through 20s, the mid 20s through the late 30s. Okay, but it doesn't mean that I couldn't find it after the fact. You see, it just wasn't available to me. I wasn't seeking it out, so now I couldn't manifest that to appear to me. That's what I wanted, and so now, like, as I move throughout the day, I know exactly what level of conscious behavior I want to be at, what level of signal boosting I want to give to, what level of militancy I want people to see me in. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just want to, you know what I'm saying? I had to work hard at it. Sometimes I got to go seeking it. And if at home it's not black empowered, you're not gonna get the same level of education. You know what I mean? They're not. You understand what I'm saying?
Still enslaved.
Exactly.
You know that, bro.
More exactly as the years went on in slavery, you got slaves that was more complacent and more complacent.
Let's talk about Carmelo Anthony real fast. Yes, it was Carmelo Anthony's fault. Yes.
What?
Yes, bro. Sean, I told you, bro. If you're a black man in America, they're always looking for you to be dumb. They're always looking for you to be overreactive. Why is everybody in the world so overreactive? Everybody just want to react to something.
Well, this is
Feel me?
true, but it's true.
Nobody, yo, Sean, in our community, nobody, you know that thinking isn't popular in our community. You know that, bro. Yo, bro.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not popular to, hold
You
on.
know,
If
it's
I
not
crash
popular.
out right now, hold on, hold on. Ready? Look. If I crash out right now,
Right.
what will the
I
consequences
had to go
be?
find some books to
Are
read.
the consequences worth
That were black
reacting right now?
Before I went into the system,
Right.
and they lived in purely
Feel me?
all black
So,
homes. Like,
and that's what I'm saying.
like
We have to
doing
go
it,
through a process of
and I would
self-realization.
go to their crib, I
See,
get my hair done.
Carmelo Anthony, right? First of all, you gotta think, why are you carrying Blicky around you
I'm in there getting my hair done and shit.
in the first place?
I'm picking
Right?
up books in the library.
What do you need
Exactly
to do?
that.
My sister
That's kind of where it lies.
had a
For me, it's like if you know to carry a weapon because of a threat, you should be aware that
in the day,
when a threat presents itself, to react in an accordant way. You get what I'm saying?
You see that,
Right.
you're like, whoa.
So it's like I said, back to when we was kids, you know.
And
Instead of being taught
over there
the proper way,
look, first of all, if our parents could get away, our parents, people were raising, they like that. If they get away with us for wearing fucking high waters and fucking nucleus and shit, they would have been done that. I go to her house and get my hair done because she wants to practice. I got perfectly fucking mixed kitchens going on in my shit, right? And I was pretty nice. So I go practice while I'm there. I'm thumbing through the library. There's a little library. There's a house where, like, not very far from my parents' house, there's a motherfucking library. There's their house. You know what I mean? And they had a library. They had all the, like, not just legal dictionary books, but actual fucking black books. Like I can't even think of the name right now. I'm fucking exhausted. I can't even think of the name. That's right on the tip of my tongue. I should say this: the compensatory code book was in that house. Okay, in its original cover. I've seen it 3 times before we got our own copy, right? In various stages of my life. So it was there. Okay. What else? The Miseducation, right? That book was there. I mean, I was looking at all kinds of shit. They were like real books, okay? Kid, don't give me thinking about names and shit right now of books that I actually thumbed through and read while sitting there for, like, I'm a speed reader, sitting there 2.5 hours of Shirley Temple twists and curls and shit. You know what I mean? It was happening. And then borrowing clothes and then going to fucking spy on her older brother in the looks. You see what I'm saying? Playing basketball. I would be thumbing through books. And then I would take one out the house, read it, because we're walking, or you know what I mean? So you can walk. Man, I remember walking and reading at the same time. They don't do that. I have yet to see a kid with a book, an actual book, reading it on the bus or walking and reading. Where's if I'm reading it, not just fucking a thing to compete in, but actually fucking a joy. Like, you know, like reading on the bus. I'm like, oh, I come from a reader. My mother is a reader, right? And reading was something I learned right around the same time I learned how to write my name in fucking cursive to go to school. You see what I'm saying? So reading's fundamental. You don't see kids doing that at all. You don't see kids reading any kind of books. I ain't seen a motherfucking reading book list yet. And trust me, I got Sister B got motherfucking two school age children. I ain't seen no book list yet. Maybe that because they had showed it to me already. I didn't see what. I would go. I remember going to people's houses and be like, "Hey man, how far did you get on your book list?" You cheated. Yeah, because I read fast and I felt unchallenged. You see what I'm saying? I'd be reading. They're like, "You cheated. You're cheating. You just read from. You skimmed it." I did do some of that too. You know what I mean? But I was like walk and read books. You know, be on the on the bus, not the school bus, but the city bus, reading. You know what I mean? They don't do that no more. Let alone work a regular fucking pen and pencil. See what I'm saying? Let me see what you say. Yeah, no, the net, all anybody knows how to do is use the thumb and the first finger. That's it. And keep in mind, those are the same two fingers you need to hold a pencil. Real shit. They have a school list every year for school supplies. Do they even use them? Question mark. You know what I mean? Like I'm really serious about this. Do they? No. No, they don't. This is swiping, and then they want to take the phones out of the school and act like, well, it's not being productive. You know what I mean? I used to love to go to our school's book fair. Yeah, man, I'm telling you, and when you could trade them out. Remember, you could take your books and trade them out for new books. And they used to have fucking bake sales and shit like that. That was actually like realistically decent type of decent type of schooling, you know. You go there, yeah, trade out you take all your books and you turn them in and trade them out and get some different books. And next thing you know, you be walking through the hall, seeing a motherfucker reading your book that you turned in, just so you can get some new books. You know what I mean? In the library, you could take like 20 motherfucking books out of there. You know what I mean? Or reading, like, people are always afraid to read out loud. I love reading out loud. Y'all remember? You remember Twin back in the very beginning of the RVA, like maybe the last 2 years, I stopped reading to everybody. You see what I'm saying? I used to read like articles and shit. I like reading. Dude, I got a book right now in my little pretend girly backpack. You know what I mean? And a magnifying glass so I can actually see that shit. I love reading. And if you don't have a fucking family that loves reading either, you're kind of screwed. You know what I mean? No, pause right there. These brothers are like, anyway, what do you think about these young little brothers? What they talking about? Because I think it's very valid, and they don't have they just need like a little push in the appropriate direction that isn't going to be I don't know, programming and designed to keep them stuck somewhere, because that's what they want. You saw it about the fucking Democrats, dude. Democrats, remember that, like, just recently they try to make us stop the young athletics, black athletics and black anything, so that they can keep their fucking old legacy seats, and we didn't let that happen. Let's see. I'm gonna show this one little thing real quick, because it's kind of important. If people could get an understanding of what's really going on with the education, which is kind of sad. Like, I didn't want to believe it, but they say everything's fucking everybody's illiterate. You kind of have to wonder if it's true, and that motherfuckers are doing whole dialogues behind it. Let's see. Almost there. 1, 2. Almost there. Let's see. I lost my first goddamn cue. Yeah. So it's starting to look like a democratic socialist kind of season, which I don't know how good that is. Apparently they're making moves though. Let me see. Hold on a second. Almost there. Where is it? I'm gonna go over the well, maybe not today. This is good. This is important. I told you I lost my cue. I lost my cue, and really encourage y'all to look at this thing that I'm about to show you. They're not even, it's like that, like this kids just automatically just gave up. It's like Frontline Black News, Frontline Black News. Me and Jessica got an event later to go to today. It's I don't know, it said heal the hood, but I don't see how that's really something they really want to talk about. I'm trying to control myself because I think all the stupid people I don't like is gonna be there. I mean, let's see, one more, come on, god damn, dude. Go. One sec. I'm gonna tell you guys something crazy. You want to hear something crazy? I had to check some motherfuckers right outside my window. They're just kicking in and everything. Like all last night. I was like, yeah. And I made the effort to go do it. Normally I would have just been like, but it's more effective when I do it. So I was like, hey, do you take this around the corner? We'll do your conversations. Like, not trying to eavesdrop and shit. I'm trying to have my own conversation. You know what I'm saying? And they were like, oh my God. They were like, yeah. They didn't do it though. They didn't do it at all. Not till like fucking, till the sun came up. I was like, God damn it, dude. The whole outside my motherfucking window looks horrible. I was like, Mom, where is it? One more second, Bentley. I'm going to give up if I can't find it in the next 2 minutes. 1 minute. I start treating myself like fucking, like TBA does with, you got 3 minutes. 1 minute. He cuts her off. Okay. Come on, man. Like, okay, one more. Let's try to find the like right here. Oh my God. I wanted to bring that up to that fire case in the Palisades. They said that dude gets a new trial after setting fire to the Palisades, and he gets like a redo, but they won't give Carmelo Anthony a redo. Yeah, that's not that was pretty much like word for word. I was like, oh my God, for real? All right, give me one more fucking second. Because I didn't really know this white lady I had took the podcast off of. It's basically talking about the education level. How it's at like it's at a fucking horrifying level. And I was like, why can't I, like, it would be that bullshit, cuz it would be that bullshit that I can't find it all of a sudden. And I don't, you know what I mean? Like, the one that brought to actually follow anywhere, so I wouldn't remember that broad's name if you save it to save my own fucking life. So say, all right, okay, 2 more little scrolls of that. Yep, I'm gonna walk away. I'm walking away from her belly. Look right here. Nope, I don't want to. This is it was so fucking serious. Like, I had it in the queue for last week to cover, and then I had it in this queue. I was like, man, people gotta see what levels of craziness this is. You know what I mean? But I fucking course, I lost it. Of course. Yeah, I don't know where it went. Yeah, no, I'm glad too. Because they need to. They need to speak up on it. And I found another little podcast group of four other younger brothers. Like, I mean, we're talking about younger, like around the same age, maybe 23 at the most, right? And they were tackling something completely heavy. And it was four of them, like deep, dark-skinned brothers, like talking very articulate. They had their shit together. You mean what they were talking about was like it was like a even back and forth. It was good. I was like, God damn, I'm glad that I wasn't like, you know what I mean? I'm glad that, I found that I feel like you gotta, if anything, what are we doing this? I was worried they were all, nah, some got they're just young. They're like figuring it out. But if you're not, you don't come from like a empowered home or have Black empowerment around you, you're not gonna get the right programming. That's what I've learned over the last few years. You're not gonna get the right Black sustenance, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Because then, those young men right there that are showing, they were really talking about some serious ass shit. Like, they were talking about women, they were talking about fucking degeneracy, they were talking about all kinds of stuff, but they didn't factor in that we've came so far in the last couple of years as Black men and women as far as looking after each other. And it really stems from the fucking FBA Renaissance, the motherfucking delineation. It really stems from that, because it showed us that we had to like stick it out together. Yeah. Where is he at? Okay, right here. What's this at? See, I'm gonna scroll up for this a little bit, and then I'll play one more, because people always
if you know to carry a weapon because of a threat, you should be aware that when a threat presents itself,
they're young.
To react. And then
what I found was crazy is that they're young, and then some things might be like not right up there with how we are, like that, but they still have a very good potential of. They're not completely off code. You see what I'm saying?
Wait, you get what I'm saying?
They're just surrounded by degenerates.
So it's like I said, back to when we was kids, instead of being taught the proper way, he was taught to love these white people. You get what I'm saying? So it's like when you met with the actuality of what is of the actuality of America, and you realize, oh yeah, there's still racist people out here. You don't know how to react because you wasn't taught that. You was taught to live in this euphoric, oh yeah, make America great type of world. You get what I'm saying? So when reality presents itself again, you feel me? You don't know how to react. Because I guarantee you, if you walk through a Black neighborhood and oh yeah, you know damn well it's a possibility these people in this corner going to
get shot,
might say something.
Yeah,
you get what I'm saying? But you don't have that same mentality for a white man. Feel me?
Exactly.
That's where the problem lies.
Exactly.
I don't know, man.
Exactly.
I don't feel like
because we're all carrying viruses, bro. See, why whenever you look at somebody who look just like you look them up and down, and you want to fight. You're ready. Exactly. You're ready to fight, but you're not ready to fight when the white man walk past you. You give him a nod. See, then the reason why, because
see how that backwards thought process. I don't look at first of all, me and Jesse had a situation on the bus the other day, right? Yesterday. Lauren got on the bus and he was giving off majorly sketchy ass energy, right? And he had to sit right behind me. Majorly sketchy ass energy, right? Well, I could feel it. I could feel it. You know what I mean? You can't push past me. I exude fucking crazy ass energies, but I want to too, So this wasn't like no big deal. But there's nobody else on the fucking bus, right? To be Jesse and this dude, right? And he got on the bus, and I was like, you guys kind of look like a logo, right? It's like whatever. But I didn't like him sitting behind me because the energy he was radiating was suspect, like sketchy as fuck. Like he didn't look like he was like anything different. I didn't look at him. I mean, like that. I gave him the head nod when he walked past me. You know what I mean? I was like, because I had sunglasses on. I was like, brother, black skin. Man, we'll go with that second. You know what I mean? So I gave him the head nod because, like, you know what I mean? But when he sat behind me, which was like whatever, he was just being weird in his chair because I could see the reflection off the fucking right behind me. I was looking out the window. I could see the reflection. He was just like fidgety. He was weird, you know what I mean? But I was like, why are you exuding this energy? You know, like what you got going? Where did you come from? Or what did you got going on, right? The energy was high level velocity like that, which caused me to have to like, I stay on a level 4 for ready, okay? But I didn't want to have to. Sometimes I just want to fucking, you know, I'm a girl, goddammit. Like, I don't go out there looking for crazy ass activities to get involved in and start talking shit. I was just confused, dude. Like, he got on the butt for a second. I was like, all right, he gonna be all right? Then he started acting funny. He was like fidgety. He was moving around. It was weird. And it's not that you can't move around in your seat. It's just the energy behind it was weird to where Jesse noticed it. And that means he'd have to stop listening to whatever podcast he was listening to on the bus to pay attention to that. So if it got his attention, then you know it was a situation. Wouldn't you say, Jesse? Mm-hmm. Wouldn't you say that?
Yeah, sketch energy.
Yeah, that if it pulled you away from whatever podcast you were listening to at that moment. Yeah, you know what I mean? You had to pay attention to it. Mm-hmm. It was a thing. It was a thing. It's a whole thing, right? And I was like, well, what the fuck? Man? In my mind, I would say yes. Because I be having these disgruntled moments with the bus drivers. And I be thinking, like, sometimes if it was back in the day, how disgruntled would I really be? You know, like, sometimes motherfuckers just need slapped because they outright doing fuckery, you know? Well, on the way to Jesse's house, we experienced it with a motherfucking driver, you know what I mean? And I was thinking to myself, how crunk do I really want to get? And then seeing all the shit that Ben's seeing, yeah, he's gonna be great. I hope he gets it. And we're gonna work really hard, twin. He said, vote for you, 2026. Oh, Freckles back here just woke up. Freckles. Yeah, twins in here. Bell was in here and Ray was in here. He said, yeah. He said he got 2 flats. He had a flat tire and what else happened? Flat tire and his battery died. And he still managed to do his work. I would have said, fuck it, man. You have to catch another driver. It's tornado season. Uber will give you whatever back. I got me some Chipotle. I'll play this last little clip. Yeah, no, he's just so we got an event to go to later in a couple hours. That'll give me time after this last one. This last little clip. Oh no, if it pulls him away from it, you know it's a thing. But I was prepared for any madness. Plus, we got a cool little driver. She's at the late night driver, like the evening driver. She be smashing. Don't you think the young little sister, she be smashing on the freeway or on the streets? I was like, thank God, man, we made it in epic time. She does. She drives good. I'll be like, thank you, Sister Via. You see well, you know. Whoop, whoop, whoop. All right, family, this is last. Where is this? My fault, family. I got overwhelmed with Jesse being awake. Said inside America's most extreme prison for children. I'm proud of the system. And so I had a couple of real crazy moments for facing, like, adult jail or shit like that. But I don't mean to say, but however, there's always some shit going on, and they never want to report it. So they never want to report it because they think that the teenagers they put behind bars is out of sight, out of mind. You know what I mean? And then you got people like, I sit on a board that actively wants to change this situation that we're about to look into. It's quick, and then after that I'm gonna go. So stay with me.
All right, so what are you doing tomorrow with Carlton White?
We are transporting Carlton to Logansport.
A regular part of the job for staff at Lake County Juvenile Complex is transferring kids to the Department of Correction.
I mean, this is the real thing. It's yes or no, sir, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. Otherwise, you're going to feel the wrath. I mean, they're very strict. They're very fair, but this is the way you do it.
Are you going to cuff and shackle him down here? Or are you going to do it at intake? Okay. Carlton White was committed to the Department of Corrections about a week ago, and he's going for his charge of possession of marijuana, disorderly conduct, fleeing law enforcement, and 4 violations of probation. When looking at his probation officer report, you see that he was given chance after chance to get his act together.
In my home, it's nice, I ain't had no problem, but the outside community that I was in was ridiculous. Rival gangs, drugs, all that bad stuff. Like a couple days back, before I came in here, I got jumped by 12 guys. They just hopped out of the car. I was like, oh, what's up, man? What you want to do today, man? You want to smoke some weed? You want to drink some beer? Let's have some fun. And they look at you like, what you gonna be? And if you don't want to be that gang, it's a problem.
After his third trip to LCJC, Carlton's judge gave him the harshest penalty at his disposal, a transfer to the Department of Correction.
Fuck.
I was like, what? Boys' school? What I got to go to boys' school for? All the way down there in Logansport, Indiana? So I'm like, man, that's going to be kind of hard because I ain't never been to boys' school. I'm used to this, but I ain't used to boys' school.
Boys' school and girls' school is basically prison for children. It's run by the Department of Correction, as is the adult prisons, and the only people housed there are kids under the age of 18. Going to Indiana boys' school or girls' school is the worst thing we can do to them because you lose your freedom. You're in a prison.
Got a couple friends in Logansport. They wrote me some letters and said it ain't a walk through the park. His favorite word was only the strong survive.
Terrible shit. I'm about to say kind of set up here, but it's
Because Carlton has repeated probation violations, the juvenile court judge assigned to his case opted to transfer him to boys' school, a juvenile prison operated by the Department of Correction. His transfer is scheduled for tomorrow.
Carlton? How are you? Can I introduce myself? I'm Mr. Rock. I'm transporting you tomorrow to boys' school.
In the boys' school, will I be able to get my GED or diploma?
Yes, you will. My suggestion would be try to get your high school diploma. GED is good. You're young. High school diploma is much better. Okay? You want to go to college? Yeah, absolutely. And you can do it. Oh, yeah, you can do it. Exactly. It's all up to you. It's not up to me. It's not the judge. Not the probation officer. They've all tried to help you. Now this is the last resort. Now it's up to you, right? Okay.
Brett Burkholder is in his third year at LCJC, where he first started as an arts and crafts teacher.
Okay, who wants to do the word find? One guy, that's it? All right, come on up and get your pencil.
Brett's path to LCJC is anything but typical. He was a star basketball player at DePaul University in Chicago. And when he got out of college, he started a career at the Chicago Stock Exchange.
When I was playing in college, 4 of my teammates went to the NBA, 4 of us graduated, went on to be successful, and 4 went to prison. So I've always had this idea of giving back. And I saw the opportunity here to come work with the kids. It's just a perfect fit, and I really like it. Which one you on? Pistol. Pistol? Do you know who Pistol Pete was?
Yeah, I know. We played that ball.
You got it. Good job. What grade in school are you?
11.
Are you all caught up on your credits?
Yes. I hope I get out so I can go back to school, and get the rest of them.
Can you get back and stay out of trouble? That's the key.
Yeah, I wasn't in trouble when I was there.
And what? Well, you're here.
I'm not in trouble.
You're not in trouble? Okay. But what you perceive as doing nothing is probably breaking the law, right?
Yeah.
Or hurting somebody else.
Really?
I had this vision of what I could do here, and people are telling me you're crazy, but I find a lot of good in the kids, especially when they open up to you. And along the way, I am helping kids. I really feel like I am. Single file, quietly.
It was.
We wrapped up. So your head, blanket, cover water, dirty clothes.
It's before dawn on Wednesday morning. The detention officers wake Carlton and prepare him for his transfer to boys' school.
Ready to rock and roll? Yes, sir. Get paperwork?
Most kids going to boys' school are not happy. Most of them are pretty angry, and they feel like that their future is uncertain. They don't really know what's going to come of it.
It's going to be a big day because I ain't never been. But whatever it take me through, I'm going to just go through it.
Put your hands in front, keep them in front all the time. Take care, man. I'll tell you.
I don't think I'm a bad kid because I got the power to do anything I want. I mean, I'm intelligent, smart, you know, but then again, everybody mess up. We ain't perfect.
We're ready. I'll say.
That bird Kelly do our best here and estimate.
Leaving with one for IBS.
That's a good number.
Central copy.
I've been in LCJC 3 times. The first time I was 13. That was overnight, so I really didn't count it, and that's for runaway.
All right, I'm ready now.
Paradise is no stranger to the halls of LCJC. She's been here before.
So the B1
But this time, she'll be leaving for placement outside the home in a residential facility.
You've never been to a placement? Ever? How old are you?
15.
Oh, you're young. What's going on at home that you can't go home?
My dad and all that.
Your dad, what?
Whatever.
What about your mom? Is she around?
Yeah, she's living with my uncle.
Do you have contact with her?
Every so often. Gas station, so it would be me and my 3 younger siblings at home when my mom works till 11 o'clock. I just never really got used to it, and I just left. Like running away from my problems, basically.
The majority of the cases here are sad cases, and we need something to help these young girls out because they're not getting it. Somewhere along the line, we just forgot, and we go straight from them, you know, being in an unhappy home to them being in jail. Like there's no in between for them.
I have 2 older sisters, 1 older brother, 2 younger sisters, and 1 younger brother. The other times in LCJC, well,
say you're in the
me and my sister, we stole from a store like last year. And then when I ran away, the second time I robbed the house too. So they kept me here for a month. And then I went home on my ankle bracelet. Lucky because this ain't the place you want to be. But I'm thankful because when I was out there, I was drinking and I was smoking and having sex. When I'm in here, I'm not drinking, smoking, or having sex. So it kind of puts a lot of stress.
Something new altogether.
So if I'm there for the 2 weeks, where would be the next place they shift me off to?
It's all going to depend on how you do these 2 weeks here.
Say if I do fantastic.
There's a real good chance that they will do, like we were discussing in the hallway, maybe send you to some place where you can learn a trade, work on your GED, an option like that.
Education and vocational training are paramount to the Indiana correctional system. Carlton has high hopes that his time at boys' school will be implemental in helping him be a better member of his community.
And you.
We get them here, they change a little bit, and then we ship them right back to the same environment they came from. So what's going to happen? Their peers have a lot more influence on them than we do, is what I see.
I'll show you this.
Carlton, were you ever in a gang?
They shipped off little Carmelo immediately to the penitentiary, right? And so this is I'm just like, I found this a little documentary. It's not very much longer, but he's now property of the prison, right? And every state has a juvenile system.
No, he was back to the 80s with this group work commercial. He got a new group work commercial talking about electric group work.
Yes. I've been seeing that root work commercial to Jesse, the one that he's always played recently, and like pointing at him and got sunglasses on, he's serenading his ass with the root work because I'm amusing that way. I have to check it out after I get off of this. Anyway, so all this shit talking that people have been doing about how he's in prison and he's getting this ugly negative derogatory treatment that I won't even say out loud because this is not in me. It's like you don't know, you don't know. You know what I mean? I actually went through the system, ward of the state. And I had a choice between adult prison and fucking job work, and still managed to scoot off. You know what I mean? It was just like, God damn, man, they try to hit you with everything, and I didn't have it like the little white girls like that. They were there just chopping it up. It was a different kind of time for young black girls or mixed black girls. You know what I mean? So especially when they don't see you as a white or Hispanic. You know what I mean? This time when I was growing up, I didn't look like either or. Probably more ambiguous except clear skin and prettier hair. And I've been back and forth even here in the system, the juvenile system. So kind of could speak to it, but never to go to that extent. I sit on a board where I don't really think that they deserve all this extra time because I know what it's like to get all this get hit so hard when you're just a fucking on the street teenager, you know what I mean? I also had a cousin that emancipated right in front of my own eyes. So things were possible. Yeah, I think it was like the complexion for the protection that kind of made that emancipation possible. I couldn't foresee that wasn't even offered to me.
16.
That wasn't even offered to me. I was already out. I was running around acting stupid and getting in trouble with my parents, like really bad things. So it wasn't never an option for me as emancipation. You know what I mean? But
Pressure to be in the game?
What do they entice you with to get in the game? They come to you when you're young, obviously. Do they offer you things? They promise you things?
Like you said, like, come on, be with the family, we got your back, we ain't gonna let nothing happen to you,
So it's protection?
Well, actually, I can handle my own problems. Like, I don't need nobody to help me with my problems, but what I do, I pray, you know what I'm saying? Basically, prayer changes things. That's what I do.
I feel like
right away, though.
That's right away, yeah. But, it comes to you.
This is up here, you're just waking up. Yep. Thanks, you man. Really enjoy seeing you in here. And twin, obviously twin.
Have you ever lost a close friend?
Yeah, I lost a couple close friends. See, when I was little, I used to be, I ain't gonna say outrageous or whatever like that, but
yeah,
I was like, always trying to fit in a little bit.
About 5 years earlier, Carlton attempted to rob a home with a friend of his and came dangerously close to the worst possible outcome.
I was telling him, man, I don't even think we should do this, man. He's like, man, you got this far, and you gonna punk out on me, man? I'm like, man, I just don't feel right. So I left. I guess about 45 minutes later, police is all around the house because they've been watching. He tried to run, flee, or whatever. The police shot him in the back of the head. I'm thinking, like, man, that could have been me, man. Was he armed? Yeah, he was armed. We was both armed.
How old were you?
I was about 12, 13.
12 or 13 and you were armed?
Yeah.
These kids grow up so fast. It's unbelievable. And I try to put myself in their place, but really I can't. I've never been through what they've been through. So that's hard. And I even tell them that. I don't know what I would do if I was in your situation. I don't know.
So Carlton, you were 12. I have a 12-year-old. I couldn't even fathom him even having the thought of carrying a gun, robbing somebody, going into somebody's house. How did it get to that point where you wanted to do that?
I was out in the streets, like I wanted to make a name for myself. It was a bunch of us, like it was a crime watch neighborhood, you know, drug trafficking, right, pistol carrying. It was just crazy. Like it came to the point that I was almost dead. I'm pretty convinced it's my last stop in the system because I see what it's like, and this ain't what nobody want, really. You know, you want freedom. That's what you want.
My defense, the batteries are low.
Do you have any other questions before we arrive?
No, man.
Are you relaxed now? A little anxious, nervous?
I got sweaty hands again.
Carlton's trip to boys' school is near over. As they drive through Logansport, the reality of everything he's about to face begins to sink in.
I'm a little nervous because this will be my first time going to DLC, but I feel I'm a big person, so I can get it over with.
Poor thing, man. I really don't like to see that happen. Oh, you're in there.
We're going to get Carlton out. The security officer there is going to take him, put him against the wall, frisk him,
Look how young he is.
and then
Like,
we'll give him the paperwork. We uncuff him, unshackle him, and then we sign him and
still
leave.
a minor.
We say goodbye and good luck, Carlton. See you at the mall.
You don't mean that.
Lake County with one. Man, that's a lot of people out here. They deep.
Not this juvenile officer. Going into the system. I already was.
Colonel Wall.
With his big ass.
Kill. Colonel Wall. Put your hands up on the wall. You ever been here before? No, sir.
I'm funny.
Hands behind your back. Pull your pants up. Hold them up.
Pull your pants up.
Hands. Hold them up. Come over here and put your toes on the tape in front of the desk.
Carlton will spend 2 weeks at Logansport. While he's there, he'll get complete psychosocial evaluations so that the Department of Correction can determine the best prison for his rehabilitation.
At the end of the 2 weeks, the counselor does a report on his whole history, and they will make recommendations about what criminogenic needs are going to and that be addressed at the next facility. And he'll actually be participating in his treatment. He'll be expected to talk about basically what led him here and how he's planning on changing his behavior and what type of treatment that he could benefit from.
Take your hoodie off and the officer.
How can you know what you're going to change yourself into if you never got to experience it?
Right.
And you've been locked up, for stupid misdemeanors, and they hit you like that. How the fuck are you going to know what you want to be when you grow up? Because you don't have an example of I think I want to parlay this into a law degree. Yeah, right. Like, seriously, they're not going to accept that answer. They accept that this is all set up for failure. You know what I mean? So, like, that's
Can you read the stand right here on the tape, please? One article at a time. Take off all your clothes, put them in this bag.
on camera.
Mm-hmm.
On camera.
Okay, turn around. Spread. Spread the cheeks. Use your hands. Here you go. Turn back around.
What it's really like is hell, cause you want to be at home, you want to do the things you want to do. You don't want nobody to tell you what you got to do. Like you a little kid, you want to do things on your own.
I'd call him a kid right there.
Me being a new face, you know, everybody want to know what I'm about, what I'm here for, what you gonna do while you down here, can you fight, all that bull crap. Hopefully everything go okay, smooth, and just hopefully just get it over with. I'm gonna miss my mom, but then again, I gotta do what I gotta do. Then I'll be back with her, and I don't know. I'm gonna just pray that I do good. Cause if I get in this process again, it won't be DLC nor juvenile, it'll be Lake County
All these little
for the big people, the big house. And you don't want to go there.
Look, you see right there, they didn't even give him the option of going behind, like, give him the option of, going behind like a little wall to change his clothes, and you got the motherfucking them looking at you. They got the audacity to throw your uniform at you. Like this kind of shit happens. You know? I remember when it happened to me. First word I said was bitch. Like, yeah, I mean, I'm like, bitch, you don't throw shit at me. Pick that up and hand it to me. You know what I mean? Because we're taught like that, not to be throwing shit at our, like this. It's kind of ingrained. You don't throw shit at your parents, right? And you don't snatch shit out your parents' hands either. So you kind of go into that mindset like, you know what I mean? And I don't really have no respect for them then. So like, man, don't pick that shit up. No, you pick it up. No, you pick it up. It ends up me picking it up and getting more punishment, back then. But I was like, damn, motherfucker, the bitch, don't throw shit at me. Who the fuck you think it? Yeah, it just, I was already outside. I was already bad. So, you know what I mean? But it got me more punishment than it was worth. You see what I'm saying? And how they did him right now, like they could have, for the sake of the documentary, could have put him like behind a little chute. Instead, he's dressing down and out of his gear, all the way out, and you got the motherfucker, the one making him do it, smiling and laughing just like back then, like smiling with the contentment in their face, like, look at that, I made you do. You see what I'm saying? Like this never ends. It never ends, and that's what happens. So, think about our young little brother, what he has to face. You know what I'm saying? Why it's not fun in games when these motherfuckers making jokes and shit. I don't find it funny at all because he's faced in there in big jail with all the fucking madness of fucking perversions and who knows what else. You know what I'm saying? You can't. I can always speak to it to a certain extent because I don't like disrespect. And when we grew up in a household with a father that didn't put up with that type of shit, so you couldn't snatch nothing or throw anything. Like the way he threw his clothes at him, it was like, I'd have been like, bitch, fucking hand that correctly to me. And then it would have just got manhandled and billy clubbed and said he was resisting, all kind of fucking ugly shit that wasn't true. Just because you should respect the person. And not only that, but you had the cameraman seeing his junk. You had everybody in that room seeing his junk and humiliate. That's humiliating. That's invasive. Humiliating. You see what I'm saying? And they know they're doing a documentary. They know they're being filmed, right? Did that stop them from fucking showing some courtesy? Like, just because he's a young man doesn't mean that he doesn't deserve courtesy and fucking respect and they can watch him behind a wall. He ain't gotta do You ain't got to strip for the motherfucking camera like that, and then be thrown every shit thrown at you, like you know what I mean? And then you saw that white lady say he's expected to talk about why he's here. Woo, woo, woo. Right? Like, does he really need to? Let's just talk about the future. What he went in there for was like low grade menial shit, and the third time was charm. You know, and that motherfucking judge had no patience, no nothing. He was like, you get the maximum, you know, and he don't want a maximum youth adult fucking charge. Stupid shit. But that's what we go through in the city, right? School, prison pipeline. I want to change that because there's alternatives, and they don't give alternatives. Even for me going through the system, didn't get the alternatives. See what I'm saying? But yet I saw other people with the complexion to get emancipated. You know, see it? Or get adopted. Whereas, you know, he was subjected to racism, white supremacy, being victims of racism, white supremacy, like Newton Fuller Jr. says. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, it's definitely fucking rude. It's disrespectful. And for one of them to throw shit at one of us is extremely disrespectful. You know what I mean? Like, if you do it now, like, if I go into a situation, you throw it, I'm definitely calling you a bitch. I'm definitely gonna get put somewhere because I can't control myself. I won't control myself, and I haven't, not for a long, long motherfucking time. So you treat me with respect. If I hand you something, don't snatch it. You know, if I throw it at you, I gotta backtrack and apologize, depending on who I threw it at. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. There's this one little reel floating around where his brother was patiently talking to this female guard, and the female guard said something. I think she called him out of his race. I'm pretty positive. They should try to put her hands on him too at the same time to get him to cooperate. If I remember correctly, don't quote me on it. And he mopped her right there. Nobody stopped it. He mopped the fuck out of her, left her right there. You saw the camera. You saw his feet and hands. And he was already locked up in there. He was trying to express himself kindly, patiently. See what I'm saying? You're right. Absolutely. Yep. No, yeah, they're gonna put more on it. They're gonna say he's resistant. They're gonna say that he is combative. They're gonna lock him down. They're gonna probably neutralize it with a shot of some sort. You know what I mean? Because that's what I see. That's all. Man, don't get me started. And as an adult, I see some egregious shit. I think I blocked most of my youth juvie shit out of the way because I went to Job Corps too, and I had some egregious shit happen there. So it was not privilege by any means. Nothing like that. Not even remotely close. But I did see white people get emancipated. They got good jobs at 16. And put their own little apartment and was able to emancipate. Same age, going to motherfucking faced with juvie adult time in the penitentiary for juveniles, or Job Corps, away from the state. You read? Those are the two options given, and then we come back and go back into juvie until you turn 18. If you want to take that route, I didn't want to take that route, so yeah, that's smarter than the average bear. Right. Yeah, but in some sense of the word, you can't let them put their hands on you either. You know what I mean? They can't be allowed to put hands on a man either. And especially one of them with one of us in a situation like that, and where they can call you out your race and emasculate you in front of all these other men, and then put their hands on you and try to act like you're resisting or you're not being compliant, is bullshit. And there's nobody to protect you. There's nobody to protect you. No matter what you do, you can't fly a kite, you can't do shit. Because it's basically their word, the eyes upstairs is watching the whole shit, and them deleting it like it never motherfucking happened. And you is sitting in segregation, or the hole, or whatever they want to call it, for as long as they want you there, and nobody will be the wiser. You know what I mean? Because 90% of the time, nobody comes to visit you because it's fucking far away. See what I'm saying? And you just get stuck there. The same system goes for the elderly too. Goes for the elderly too. Put that little facilities, put them there. It's like out of sight, out of mind. Nobody comes to see you every week, and then that's how they die. You see what I'm saying? Thank you, everybody. I gotta cut it off because we have an event in a few hours. I got to retwist my hair. Goddamn cats, man! Khalifa over there tried to unwind my braids through my wire wrapping. That I had this shit all hooked up yesterday. I was trying to unwind every single fucking braid I had, and there's only 8 of them. So I gotta fix it before we go out, so there's not so I look presentable at least. Because we're going to it's called a Heal the Hood event. Talk about motherfuckers our age it's gonna be a little performative, I think. I'm gonna try to behave myself because there's some showboating activists I don't like, you know what I mean? But I might get to see some of my old friends too, so we'll see. And maybe I'll get to see my uncle. It's out there. I'm gonna put a little SOS up, you know. But I'm gonna get off the thing because Jesse wants to do his morning ritual. What is it, Saturday? Yeah. So since he likes to watch on Saturday mornings that aren't cartoons like I was watching. The next time I come on for the RVA, I'm gonna give you 3 reviews that I did that I watched, a couple of movies. So I'm gonna give you like 3-4 reviews on some seasons and some shows and shit, because that's kind of breaking it up. And yeah, thank you. You'll see us live today somewhere because Jesse's gonna film it, and I know he's gonna catch me off camera, looking weird. So, but it's gonna be good. It's good. This is good for him too. That way he can chop it up with people he missed. He didn't get to see during Juneteenth. You know what I mean? If they're out there, we'll see. Some people are gonna be allergic to the sun, I guess. We'll find out. We shall find out. Be looking out for that. Stay tuned tonight for. Yep, I'll be on Jesse's page. Stay tuned tonight for Frontline Black News at a regular scheduled time, which is 10 o'clock Mountain Standard Time. I don't know what it is. What is the breakdown? Eastern and Central, Jesse?
It's gonna be 11 p.m. Central.
11 p.m. Central, and yeah, Eastern. 9. Midnight. Okay, yeah. Whatever. You know how to find it. Stay black, stay dangerous. Thank you for hanging out. I just gotta rush right now so that I can give him ample time to kick back since I woke him up. And I got shit I gotta take care of. So see you guys later on. Stay black, stay dangerous, stay beautiful, and empowered. And we'll see you for the 10 o'clock show at the Black House. Hopefully. Thank you, Twin. Thank you, Val. Thank you, Disby. Thank you, crew, for showing up and showing out. Appreciate all of you. See you soon.